Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mike 40. What up? What up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Again, big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit the like buttons. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. To all my people on the back street, y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink, sit back, relax. And hey, enjoy the show. Let me get my shout outs right quick before I get started here. To my people in the Shark Tank, the Insane Honey Badger in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Brandon Newhouse in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Viking Royal Family in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Melee. What up, fam? Robo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Yo, K-War, I see you, fam. Big shout out to the Mad Doctor. What up, fam? Big shout out to Quick FC7. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. John Denbury in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Vito Rashard in the house. What up, fam? My main man, bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Desbo in the house. What up, fam? And the one and only, my man, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up, bam? Let me just make sure I got everybody. Big shout out to everybody again. You know, first before I get started, you know, I wanted to, this show is kind of dedicated to my little brother. Died a little bit about 30 years ago, but today is September 13th, day I always remember. But big shout out, RIP, to my big little brother, Big Walt. R.I.P. Rest in heaven. Peace, bruh. Always the love. You know, he was big dude. All-American football player. Had everything going for him. And one day, I mean, he was an All-American in football and honorable mention All-American in basketball. He was a bad boy. Big dude. And one day, home during the summer, 25 years old, out playing basketball, got home, and dropped dead. 25 years old. So that was the very first loss out of my 9 brothers and sisters. That was our family's very first loss. So I always make it a point to give my shout outs because I think about him every day. You know, when you know you got somebody up there to look over you. I'm pretty sure Big Wall, he the one. But big shout out to little bruh. You know, heart always with you. Now, we're going to get into these Bulldogs right quick. Today, I didn't really have a certain topic to go over. Because it's kind of just been like trying to get everybody on the same page about the American Pit Bull Terrier. Trying to get just some type of understanding that regardless of what the situation is, who the people are, the names are going to change. Dogs' names are going to change, but the dog as a whole, as a breed, will always continue to exist. It's just how. I seen a little thing where it says, way back in the day when Tudor was talking about to find a real game dog, it would be almost impossible to find a real game dog. Over the years, back in that time, I could see him making a statement like that because you guys got to remember, in the very beginning, they weren't as popular as they became as time went on. Remember, back in the day, you had they traveled a lot, but they had their certain spots. You know what I'm saying? Certain places where they they had big conventions and stuff back then. So imagine that community, and if you go back and you get some of the earlier matches, you'll see a lot of them who they were matching up with, and because of those matches is where the popularity became as far as those dogs. And see, if you was in those dogs back in that time period and you're matching dogs, you can see why a lot of the first of all, you can see why a lot of the older back in that time period they were breeding up, trying to create, that perfect dog. And if you look back there, the ones that stood out, like the Kobe's, the Tudors, the Leitners, I think the Bouncers. I mean, it's a couple more. Just me just running some that I'm familiar with off the top of my head. They were actually breeding up their own shit, and as time went on, and then you start putting that shit together, the dogs got better. You know, I guess you always had great dogs at every moment in time. You know, based on the time periods, as we read in some of the journals. Remember, we went all the way back to 1953, and we did the 50s, the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I always tell you the story never changes, but the names of the owners and the dogs changed, but the game still stayed the same. Now, trying to create that awesome dog, everybody has their own little recipe when it came to that. But even back then, it was established that in order to know what you had, they had to, it was about the competition. And when you be a breeding for a purpose, when it comes to competition, you really got to have your mind got to be made up, basically. I mean, you really, really, truly got to really do your homework. Some of the time, over our experience and watching a lot of, we try to not become historians, but when you get deep into these dogs, the history does matter. So you read a lot of books and you're trying to get a feel for, a whole different other aspects of this game. That's why, I always put out there, Fat Bill and his stuff, his books. They're very informative. If you can find them journals, get them journals. They were very, very informative. A lot of books. But then it's a lot that when you read how many different breedings and relationships that people had. See, to me, the most important part of success in this game was always, to me, based on relationships. Because most of the time, you didn't, good dogs broke up good relationships. Good dogs have led to, friendships being totally crashed. But the purpose of understanding why it gets to that point, you got to have those type of dogs to where that kind of friction becomes necessary, because good dogs cause problems. It has always caused problems, caused good dogs to be stolen. Remember, we've had a lot of good dogs stolen. And then you think about, your whole setup and your whole plan, and sometimes it be your friends that got you, people that got you. And then think about all the great dogs that have been stolen over the many years. Dogs that people would just steal a dog, but it happens. And it mostly happened to good dogs. And I've never been one for the thieves. Actually, I hated thieves. I still hate thieves. But this, you ever sit back and thought about how many you steal a dog, and then you can't just publicly open up about I got the dog, especially these great ones that came up missing. How many people's pedigrees possibly have some of them good dogs in them, and you have no idea of even knowing? Because you got to understand what would be the purpose of somebody actually stealing a dog, a very good dog, but to breed and how they did it. I never understood the whole stealing thing and the whole wanting to steal a damn dog for whatever reason. That just never understood that shit. But I always wondered, all right, you stole a dog, what was you gonna do with it? I mean, you ain't gonna get back out here with it and call yourself doing nothing, and it's supposed to be quiet throughout you know, the whole entire game. Somebody's gonna see something and somebody's gonna say something. But there's some that just disappeared. You never ever heard anything else about them. Even though I seen Molly B after she was stolen, never ever heard anything about her. Don't know what the dude did with her. Don't know if the dude ever bred her. Don't know nothing about nothing. But just think how many dogs actually got out there after these dogs were stolen. What people did with them, considering, they weren't going to bring them back to the box, because I think, that would have been one of the dumbest ideas to try. But I always wonder whatever happened, and how many people got these dogs, and how did these breedings work. So I understand a lot of times when people be like, certain things just happen, colors change, and you be wondering where did that come from. Well, you know how the gene pool works. Most of the time when you found something in the gene pool and it just popped up, you go back in the back and you be trying to figure out all the reasons how that popped up. And I believe some of that pops up, when they go back there and grab that type of shit, is behind dogs that were stolen or things like that, because you never know. But one damn thing you definitely know, it was definitely in the gene pool. You know what I'm saying? But I thought I threw that out there because it's one of them things where the good and the bad that came with this game and the relationships. Because I'm a true believer in relationships. You know, they can help. Put it like that. I always felt relationships with other dog men, keeping a good rapport with people, being true to your word, doing the things you say you're gonna do, create a rapport, was one of the reasons why we were able to obtain some of the great dogs that we were able to obtain. And I think that's always going to be an important matter of fact, simply because when you step off the yard, you're going to breed, and you're trying to create a breeding program. You got to be able to at least trust what you're fixing to do. I mean, trust in the person you do. Everything is about trust at that point for me. Because, we always went and did our breedings where we could see what we wanted to see. Some people try to breed what's in your area or something that's good in your area. But even that can be a headache, simply because if that's a good dog, then you're going to have a whole bunch of dogs in that area running off of that. And depending on the ones that's getting the dogs, determines the production worthiness of the production of that dog that's in that neighborhood, whether he can put out in more than what has been shitted on, not done properly. See, this game has been able to do that over the many, many, many years that these dogs have been around. So there's always been a lot of secrecy and all types of shit to go on that leads to why you hear about some dogs and why you hear and don't hear about others. Because it's such a big circle. So, in order to even have something to talk about, you have to understand what it takes for that to be able to happen. What made certain dogs worthy of the conversation. We might be able to go back and pull up a lot of journals, a lot of journals and magazines. I see them on Facebook all the time. A lot of the advertisement of some of the great dogs that was being started out back in the day. You know, some of it worked, a lot of it didn't work. But for the ones that did work, it was good to have your name on it. To me, it was most of the time, like when you had a yard and you had some good dogs on it, and they started that breeding program, being we weren't open to the public, it never stopped people from calling, wanting to breed or stud. Something was always going on. And we kept that circle kind of small. But history will show you it stayed like that for a long, long time. Up until them prices start getting out of, going crazy. Because remember, you could actually look in some of the books, you see $150, $200, $300 stud fees, $200, $300 puppies out of some great dogs. But you look at the time period. A lot of them dogs that you see back there are mostly, some of them are general foundation of a lot of the things that was able to move forward and be, recognized in the future. And that's what these bulldogs do for you, man. I mean, it takes you on a whole new world and adventure, and you get yourself caught up into making that good dog. That dog this is what you did. I mean, it's a whole lot to even having these dogs, but to be able to have one worthy of other people talking about, that's another step. When you sit back and look in history, that they're going to be talking about that dog, and that dog's going to have your name all over it. Not everybody has an opportunity to see what that's like. But then, how many pedigrees have you picked up and you looked at them and there were so many names that you didn't know that were behind some of the great dogs, but the names is in those pedigrees. See, every little transaction of a breeding program, to me, you've done the right way, should be held with a little bit of respect. Because there's nothing in that pedigree that you could have took out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's nothing there that you can take out, which means when that dog became whatever that dog became, that name stayed in there, and you're in there. You can't take that out. That certain breeding led to creating that. And see, sometimes you get caught up in the looking at the name shit, and you miss that one little piece of that sauce that was thrown in there that made that type of breeding better than the other people who were doing the same type of breeding but without that sauce. So I always looked at it, and I'm not one to do papers, but I'm always that one to keep, how I put it. Keep it simple, stupid. You know what I'm saying? If I see something and you're talking about, and I'm seeing that little eighth out or that little quarter out, and I'm saying, you know what I mean? And they talking, and I'll be paying attention to them. Hey, y'all forgetting this little out right here. How you gonna, make up for that out right there? Because those little things do matter, especially if you're trying to create a sauce that you know already works. And if it's working, the only way it wouldn't work for you is, you don't have the skills to make it work, or the fortitude to make it work. But some of us that was serious, dead serious about that, dealing with these dogs, they went all the way in with the seriousness. And believe it or not, success was, success was always going to be the key to anything that you were doing back then on your yard. And there was a lot of us out there. And that's my thing about, man, it was a whole lot of us out here doing this. And a lot of the great ones, like the Tants and the Crenshaws and the Boudreaux, they were able to find that nick and even time. They found it and they stuck with it. But if it don't be for the people who are able to take those bloodlines and use it for whatever purpose, we wouldn't be talking about the Floyds and all those other great breeders, Pat Patricks and Tant. There wouldn't be nothing to talk about, because there's so many more who have actually created some good dogs, but you kind of never hear about them. Like when we were talking about the Hetrick dogs. Not everybody talked about the Hetrick dogs. But if you was in that Carolina area, and remember you talking about North Carolina and South Carolina, and look at all them great dog mans in there, that in that era, an area, all the great dogs that's come out of that area. But then you go back and you start looking at them Hetrick dogs. How do you know talk about Hetrick? Because we talk about Hetrick. If you go back and you'll see Hetrick had a whole lot of badass dogs, and not too many people, had them dogs. And you'll find them in a lot of good dogs. But because of the man with the dogs, I think he used to run, I think I seen him twice back in the day running the Hetrick TNT in the Journal. See what I mean? He wasn't, he didn't run his advertisement as big as Floyd was back then. But, he used to have some little articles where he was either selling puppies or he had something up for stud. But it's a whole lot of them. And they can get easily lost in the sauce because they weren't as popular because of their lack of being public like other people were. Didn't mean they didn't have good dogs. And I bring that up because regardless of how you doing what you're doing, the success of your work gonna always be on the dog anyway. Unless we really get back to, that saying where now the paper's making the dogs. Because that's where the questionable quality of the dogs is always going to be at an issue. Because it's always going to boil down to the quality of the dog and the dogs it produces, which brings on the success, the titles, the CHs, the GRs, the PORs, the ROMs. Those are just titles that, it's almost like playing, in the NBA or any sport. Why be in it if you ain't trying to be the best at it? That might not be everybody's philosophy. But I can only speak from the men I've been around and the things that I've seen over the years, and what drove us to do what we were doing, because we were trying to be like them, do what they was doing, be able to create our own shit, be able to go win with our own shit, see what and feel what that shit's like. That, to me, I felt like that was the purpose of having dogs. Them, American Pit Bull Terriers. Try to have the best of the best. How would you ever know if you had the best of the best unless you wasn't going into the best? That's where it really mattered at. That's where the stories are told at. That's where the right people see and have these conversations and see the things that they've seen over the many, many years to be able to talk about. A lot of them great, competitive dog men used to be in them places, and you never know until that night is over that you just seen some shit that's gonna be talked about. You don't know that going in. And then sometimes you kind of know it going in, because sometimes you just had like the Queen and Pepper situation. Going in, I really thought Pepper was that deal. That was going in because I didn't know nothing about Queen of Heart. See, it's a whole lot of that back in the day because you don't never know what you think you fixing to see. Don't always turn out what you fixing to see. Sometimes it'd be shocking, be like, dang. And maybe that's one of the things that just made it so entertaining back in that time period for all those years. That kind of excitement is something that you have to bring, doing things the right way, like the weight pulling and the treadmill and the wall climbing. You got to be able to do something that's like, wow, fabulous, outstanding. And that's how being competitive back in the day was because you never really knew the outcome, regardless of who it was. And I guess that competitive nature of understanding that to the fullest is what made you pay a lot more attention to the move that you were making as far as you trying to be better. And I learned that from old school. How? Based on what they were saying, what they were doing, and the results of their work. All led to something. That's why we can talk about it. That's why we can get on here and show you. Boom. This is it. Listen to what I'm saying. Understand the passion of how I'm saying this. This is what they was doing. This is what they did. Look at this shit. This is what we was working for. Hadn't been in it as long as they have, but just to have half the knowledge that they had, that everybody had, that what made these dogs something to talk about. Which is a beautiful thing to me, simply because it started like that way back when they was getting off the damn boat. Immigrants coming in from other countries to still be talked about even now in 2024. That's a badass animal. And I say that because of all the dogs that we mess with, I put nothing above, that American Pit Bull Terrier. When it comes down to a Spartan, a soldier, I mean, mano y mano type shit. That right there, it's a different type of love because it takes work to do that. And as we move forward in time, we have to find another way of getting that same feeling and understanding. That's always going to be there. Moving forward is for the ones who want to make a change and see something different. To me, it's anything and everything is possible in this world. It's always just going to be boiled down to who's doing the work and the right people that's doing the work, doing the right things to make it last. And that's where, the entertainment begins. That's where the entertainment and the success of these dogs begin. Let me see here. Give my quick shout outs right quick. I say I got a couple more people that fell in the house. Hold on. Let me see. Shot. Okay. Big shout out to the letter, man. I see you, fam. Let's see here. Oak man. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man D-Ray. Yo, Green Team. I see you, fam. My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my nephew out there. Scratch Line News in the house. What up, fam? My man, Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Bulldog Jones in the house. What up, fam? DMV Freeze. I see you, fam. Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Havoc 360s in the house. What up, fam? Again, appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Hey, whatever y'all do, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't already done so, don't forget to subscribe. Let me see, I'm trying to pull up something here. Here we go. We'll pull up something right quick here. Give y'all a small example of some shit. Yeah, but when we do, I be watching, a lot of the old shit, and was looking at some of our very first videos. I remember when we came into this, how we was trying to take it from start to finish. Start at the yard and build all the way up and try to have conversations, all the way down to stitching them up and medicating and all that. And I think we've done a whole lot of that. But it's the history that I always thought was the most important thing about why we were doing what we was doing. Like, let's see here. Imagine being able to, back in our time, to open up a book and be able to get dogs from Mountain Man and Fat Bill when they had this type of shit going on. Look at that. That's Frisco. Bolero. Imagine being able to be back around in that time period and see these great dogs and these men have these dogs. How far would you go trying to get some of that on your yard? I always talk about that part of the game because That's where this shit was built from. Like, look at that right there. Patrick's red baby RM and her son Anderson's champion Tonka. Imagine living in a time period where all this shit was accessible. Like when I see you guys breeding and some of the things like look at the cost of the Richard Stratton book back in the days. $37, $39 in the States. Imagine that. Book costs over $100 some now if it's still available. I always looked at these books because of the information. And I always felt that if you really wanted to get a taste of history, these are some of the stories that will have you very interesting. I mean, serious moments. Now, I ain't want to just read through this story, but this is one of them stories that you just gotta understand that, how crazy this game be. Like, look over here where it's, the small little thing right there where it says, Floyd is now in prison through 2000. Rastaman not one to turn down an opportunity at greatness, calls Rebel Kennels and wants to match into champion Blondie. The match is made and we're back to the old cold night in December. A lot of tension. The money is counted and given to the stakeholder. The pit is looked over by both parties. And the dogs are weighed. Blondie came in at 42. She was 1 pound light. Lady Stone, a 2-time winner from the breeding of Butch Fox, comes in 1 pound over. The weight forfeit is paid. And the confident Havana boys make a new match. The judge for this contest is Gusto Boy Sonny. As the bitches are brought to the pit, he yells release. Blondie hits Stone in the chest and went to work. Let's see, yeah. The bitch trying to eat through the bitch from the bottom of her chest. Things bleak for Lady Stone as she could not defend herself against Blondie. Blondie would roll on her back and then reach up into her chest from the bottom. A very strange style, tough to defend against. There was blood everywhere, but Lady Stone refused to go down. At 35 minutes, Blondie had been working wide open for the entire match. And in shooting her wide, she could not take Lady Stone out. Like the past 3, she had dispatched so easily, Blondie was on a different class of dog and was getting into trouble. Lady Stone got faster and faster, and Blondie couldn't recover. Then this great bitch tries to jump over the wall of the pit, and I don't mean once. I'm talking about a dozen times. With all to no avail as Lady Stone made the bitch defend herself. The Havana boys at this time should have picked up their dog if they thought she was so special. But they did not. At about an hour and a half, the handle was made, and a pissed off Lady Stone finally comes out of hold for a flash. Rastaman takes her to the corner. Champion Blondie to scratch, and to my amazement, she does as Havana Chico stands behind Lady Stone screaming, "Blondie, Blondie." She makes contact on the 5 count and Rastaman releases Lady Stone. It takes another 15 minutes and a handle is made. Lady Stone comes across like a rocket sled on rails. Another handle is made and Champion Blondie to go. Havana Danny faces her off and she falls down on the scratch line facing Champion Lady Stone. She never got on her feet. I believe that was the end of that. I couldn't find the rest. She never got. Well, we already know how that turned out. I don't think it picked up anywhere else after that. She never got on her feet. That's how I guess that ended. But yeah, see, great matches like that. And we already know how Lady Stone turned out to be. She was a total. She was all that and some. But it's things in reading like that, you know what I mean? Puts you in the, for, you know, I hope puts y'all in the mind if you weren't there, you know, or you get a general idea when we talk about, you know, Rastaman and Havana Chico and Havana Danny and pretty much all them guys. But competition was a must. And you still see with Lady Stone still being a pound heavy and Blondie being a pound light, that's almost like she already 2 pounds having to go uphill. But they still made it happen. That's how much they believed in Blondie. Oh, but then that's one of them nights you be like, damn. That damn Lady Stone ain't nothing to be playing with. Like a clock, like a Timex. Don't matter. She keeps on ticking. See a lot of that. I mean, we've seen a lot. You know, just being able to talk about a lot of the shit that we've seen. You know, these stories kind of take you back. A lot of guys might not have known who Havana Danny and Havana Chico. Might not even knew about Rastaman and Lady Stone. But for the older guys who were around about that time period, y'all probably would know who they were. You know, a lot of great dog men, like here, Pineapple Kids, Chainsaw. I mean, a lot of these old guys back in the day, man, it's kind of, you know, it was so many of us. Desert Rat and the Untouchables. Tonka Toy Kennel. Man, to me, you can't appreciate the game if you can't appreciate its history. Because what you have is, this is like, look at the date on this, man. Look at the date here. Y'all see that? November 93. This is 93. By that time in 1993, we had been in the game, I would say 7, yeah, 10 years. Actually, almost 11. 11 years. 11 years. And then you think about them 11 years and think about all the dogs that we had in that 11-year time period. And most of them, you know, the Bruisers and the Solos and the BAs and the Satans. You look at that run with all of them Rascal Dogs, Eli. I mean, just great dogs. And you had a chance to be out here doing what you're doing. Shit that you see that they was doing in these books. These are stories, man. This is what I liked about the American Game Dog Times, because their stories was they the stories were there for you to, like, it puts you right there. These are match reports. And when you think about some of the matches that's in some of these, that you get a chance to see what happened. I mean, you feel what happened. It kind of puts you right there. This is what I liked about, these here. They were a lot more detailed to me than the journal was. But just to get y'all in that mind frame of just being able to stop and read and see some of the names. A lot of the names that y'all don't even really talk about, but I guarantee if you go down through these books, and I really suggest, if you do not have these books, Fat Bill, Mr. Richard Garcia, they have some very entertaining books. Gives you a big insight on a lot of just great dog men and great things that was happening down in that time period. And with that knowledge, man, regardless of what you do with these dogs moving forward, at least if you had that type of knowledge that you have did your research and you have gathered up, to me, it would be no doubt that you would have, first of all, a great yard, and you would be able to produce something that other people in the future can talk about. I'm pretty sure every last one of these men was out bulldogging. They was out bulldogging for a reason. Trust that. Look at this shit here. Champion Ninja. Look at this dog, the way that dog is bred with all that Roscoe, Eli shit. Oh. Check that out. Look how that dog is bred, man. Look how that dog is bred. Y'all don't think that dog wasn't going to be the truth? This is why I be like, never ever save, kick history out the window, man. You can learn so much and save yourself so much time and trouble if you could just take the information and see what all the great dog men that done something that people talk about, you can still hear about to this day. Find out something that they all had in common. One thing you're gonna automatically find out they had in common is they had great dogs. They were able to create great dogs. That's the end result. That's why people talking about them. But what got them there? You can almost go back, and because people are going to talk about it and see where it all started at. Read the stories and then put yourself in their shoes. When it came down to the moves that they make, do you have some of these moves in your adventure? If you haven't, and you like the move and it paid off for them, you add it to your shit. These are the things that we try to stress when we talk about the American Pit Bull Terrier. It's not just about the purity of the dog. It's just all for us. It's all about the dog. We always gonna relate back to the purpose. The purpose. What did all these men and all these dogs have in common from the start? We already know the first thing is we all understood the purpose. Once you understood the purpose, where do you fit in? where you gonna fit in. You know, you either gonna keep getting your ass whooped, knocked off, and then eventually go away, or you was gonna keep going and going until you finally made it to where you got it locked in to where it is now a conversation piece amongst some of the greats out there. That shit didn't happen by people just doing nothing. A lot of this happened because a lot of people were doing something. And they were getting together and they was creating something. And 90% of them, and I'm going to say 90% of them, was using that something. I always said the other 10%, they was either learning with it like we started out, learning with shit and messing it up. You know what I'm saying? Because they actually got their hands, and then, you know, it's like getting a Ferrari and ain't had your license but a month. What's the chance of you tearing up that car? Newbie. You know? You know, that's just the nature of life, first of all, and it's actually a part of the game. You got to put yourself in a situation, you know, but in the process of your growing pains, you know, what you trying to grow to? What you trying to grow doing what? How much work are you putting into it? What are you actually looking when it's all said and done? This is why I always go back in the history, because that's one thing that all of us had in common. The competitive nature of the game. Let's see here. I think the easiest part of sitting here having these talking about these dogs for us is what we experienced. I don't know everybody's experience, but it's easy for me to talk about our experience because it's almost like it was just yesterday. Because you spent so many years doing it, and I don't know what it would be like if I hadn't lived it, because it took up so much of my life. You know what I'm saying? So when it becomes so much of your life and you've learned and you've seen so much, it's easy to sit here and talk about, but it's hard to sit here and explain, because in order to understand where we're coming from, you would have to either engulf yourself into that life. Like, I know it's hard for me to say what it would be like to live in the 60s, in the 50s. I wouldn't know what that was like. But based on history, I wouldn't make it in the 50s and the 60s. I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Because by the time I'm born in the 60s, I'm raised up through the 70s, I look back on the 60s and be mad because of the struggle. See, through them struggling times, see, I got a chance to see my mom and my father, my mom and dad, you know, struggle with all these kids, but living a life that what could we complain about when, you know, dad works for Firestone and mom works in a hospital. So we live in a middle class life. And I think at that time it was, I have 9 brothers and sisters. We always had big Christmases, and sisters were going to Catholic school, and we going, because boys had to go to public school. See, that's that crazy part of life that we had to grow up coming in, even when times were supposed to be hard. So I remember them days when Detroit and Youngstown and all them places, Columbus, I mean, that whole entire area, 70s and 80s. I grew up through all of that, so I'm looking at the OGs coming through down up from the 60s through the 70s, pimps, players, and all of them. Especially for Akron, because being it was the rubber capital of the world, we had some of the best music coming through there. Why do you think the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland? It was so much damn music and entertainment. I told you who my family members are, just in the music. Got a couple of them. I mean, historians. I know I got two. This I know for sure. This in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's James Ingram and Aretha Franklin. But coming up out of that area, all the Zap bands and all that kind of shit, that was a time period when, if you follow what was going on with the dogs, we actually missed that part of the game, but that part of the game had still existed for everybody in the 70s. And I remember that because my boy Jermaine Hunter, I grew up with his brother. And I think it was their father had a dog called Grand Champion Joey. I think it was Joe or Joey. Might have been Joe. But never understood this pit bull that everybody knew very well. But as a kid, I'm knowing this dog because he actually lives right next door. To grow up and know that dog, was a badass dog out here in this game. Didn't even know his dad was actually a bad man out here in this game until I got older. And then you're running into people and your boy and y'all brothers. Well, I've been with your brother since a kid. They grew up right next door to us, and all of us doing dogs. It's a funny life, man. It's a funny, fun experience to sit here and talk about because a lot of time has been, put into these dogs over the years. So when we talk about it, we've lived that part. Some of y'all might have just been starting. Some of y'all might have only been out here maybe 5, 6 years. Some even longer. But if you think about how much time it's invested with them, and not getting nothing out of that, to me is where the disappointment comes in. Because there was a lot of guys out there who that had the dogs, to me, that didn't even deserve to have the dogs. Because they wasn't willing to put in the time and the effort to take care of them like they were supposed to take care of them. And then just think you can just do dumb shit and that's all of a sudden it's the dog's fault. That kind of ignorant stupidity. We got to remember though, I can't really knock them because there was a time early in our career we done dumb shit too. So I always look at that's a part of growth. But not everybody sticks around after that. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody gets a chance to understand what that type of success looks like. But you got so much history out here and so many dogs out here that if you stop and just look, like we still talk about this dog right here to this day. Hold on, let me get back to that. Let me see, where is it at? Let me get down here. This dog right here. Spike. Snooty. All these great dogs, all these great dog men. Look at Bolero, Champion Tornado, Champion Bolero, Champion Chinaman, Boston Scrum, Mary Jane. It's the Grand Champion Spike would mainly work the chest and the shoulder. This is where he got his killing holds, quick and fast. Pig, the head dog, ran for an hour, but when Spike got there, he bit as hard at 1 hour and 29 minutes as he did at 29 minutes. His mouth was most lethal weapon. To be built as heavy as he was for a 33-pound dog, he was as quick as the finer bone dogs. Tom told me that on a scale of 1 to 10 on speed, he was an 8 and had a mouth, on the mouth, he was a 10. I asked him other dogs he put in that same category. He said Grand Champion Miss Rage, Curry's Champion Blondie, Ken and the A Team's Double Grand Champion Tornado, Champion Bolero, Champion Chinaman, and Boston's Crumbs Mary Jane. Now, even for, you know, to even see a conversation of great dogs, and you seen Champion Bolero up in there, and he's talking about speed and mouth, just to be even considered and talked about, regardless of what their relationship was. And I know it's Fat Bill's book, but again, still, just to hold in that conversation with them kind of great dogs. If I was to tell you that, you know, without actually reading it to it and showing you to it, so you wouldn't, you know, it's just another story, which is still it's another story, but that's still from another man's opinion, because again, we're all entitled to our opinions. But I just think it's just, you know, understanding the history. I always felt like this game could be so much better if we, you know, get back to the most important thing, and that's the dogs. The dogs are the ones that make the history. The dogs are the reason the people who will talk about you. The dogs are the reason people will look at the pedigree. That's what's important to me. That's what this game has survived on, as I've been trying to show y'all here, over the many, many, many years that it has been in existence. And once you got that part understood, you know, great thing. Great breeding right here. Rock a Stonewall. Look at that. At stud for a limited time. Rocker's Hammerhead. Wonder what that stuff for you would have been like. Look at the dogs in that pedigree, man. We still talk about Rocker Stonewall to this day. Pups due in April. Rocker Zelda. It's just crazy because these dogs was around us back in the day. When you had the journal and books like this, how could you not miss what was going on? Look at the advertisements. England. Look at the dogs in the pedigree. Now, I just always find this type of shit very entertaining. Even to go back and look at some of Some of the dogs like this Wolfman dog. Look how that dog is bred. See that Stampanado, Arch Missy, High Satch, all that shit in the back. I'm pretty sure this is late '94. Y'all see the date on that? Wolfman bred to Mayfields, downtown Julie Brown. See, I always felt that these things. Let me see here. Let me get down here. That Fat Bill doing what he do. How Fat Bill back in the day, y'all. Player, player. It's just one of them things. Let me see. I just wanted to make sure I seen that again. Great story right here. Not bad for a $12 bulldog. Story right here. Y'all get a chance. I'll read it with you. When I was 9 years old, my father and I had gone to see Maurice Carver for some reason or another. I was walking around his yard and I noticed some 12-week-old pups in a pen. I was captivated and I knew that I had to have one. I worked some summers chores around the house and had managed to save $13. I had no idea how much the dog was worth, but I figured I could probably buy at least two. Listen to that, two for $13. He going in with $13. He trying to get him two. Much to my disappointment, Maurice informed me that all of the pups were already sold. He must have seen the look of disappointment on my face because he quickly led me over to a day old litter of pups and told me they would be ready to move in 8 weeks. He also informed me that he was taking deposits and that the pups just happened to be $13. Well, I paid him the full amount up front and told him I would be back in 8 weeks. We shook hands and the deal was done. 8 weeks came and went. My dad went back up to San Antonio to pick up the pup. He returned with the dog and a dollar bill that Maurice had sent back because he said there wasn't a pup alive worth a summer pay and knew that I would probably need some dog food. Sending him back a dollar. The pup instantly became my best friend and went with me everywhere. He never matched, but was rode several times and showed well. He remained with me until I joined the Army in 1981 when I sent him to my dad's house where he died soon afterwards at the age of 14 years old. He was a belly mate to Davis Grand Champion Boomerang, Petronelli's Fox, and Arch Missy. Not bad for a $12 bulldog. The great legendary Norman Hooton. Man, don't them kind of stories, man, I just find them kind of stories, man, entertaining. You know, it's just like when you see what he actually had, and then we talk about Norman Hooton. Now, come on. Look what it led to and who he became in the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. That, to me, is what I believe can be anybody who takes this game serious. Anybody. because he went to the service in 1981. In 1982, I actually got out of the Corps in 1986. 1982, I was still in North Carolina. So where he was off to do a tour, I was already midway in the mine and still hadn't touched a bulldog until 82. So you look at the kind of time and grade he had to have. See, I look at the game just like that. I've read so much and understand that regardless of what the situation was, we all had to walk that walk. We all had to have some type of relationship. We all had to have some type of trust. Moving forward, I don't see it ever changing. I just think the standards, regardless of what time does, the success and the standards are always going to be the same. Being honest, the integrity, the loyalty, and then just the love of the dog. Them things, to me, it always mattered to the success of whatever you did or whatever you become, and whatever that does for your dog, because you pretty much the person, you have to make the dog. They even be worthy of anybody even talking about you. The only reason they're going to be talking about you because of your dog. And that's what pretty much everybody was working for. You know what I mean? They didn't have to talk about it. The dog speak for itself. He was just telling you a story because if you know the story of Norm, remember he said he put him out there for road, but look, that was a good bred dog that actually died at his dad's 14 years. Remember, I had great dogs that was bred just like that to live. One lived 15 years, another one lived 17 years. Off some great dogs right there, but never done nothing with them. Became my house dogs. Piper and Buddy, y'all hear me talk about them all the time. Actually had a lot to do with shit as we move forward because Piper was never bred. Buddy was only bred one time. And that's where Piper came from. I can't remember who they was off of. I know they was off of Grand Champion and a Champion. I wound up getting Buddy, took Buddy home with me, and then when Buddy's litter came, I took a female home with me, but we never did nothing with them. With all other bulldogs around, never bred them one time, but they were great dogs. And if and like all the other going hard dogs, they all look alike. They was all red nose and hazel eyes. Had them bodies, but that was something. How you just take something and you cherish it, and see that's how my kids fell in love. You know what I mean? Because they did the raising. Let me keep bulldogging over here, but then y'all take care of them over there. So I couldn't imagine bringing them home all scarred up and shit. So that's why they never do shit. But they was prey animals because I used to always take them. And I had a neighbor that had this big ass hog. And the hog would always get out of his pen and be in my backyard. I had a big backyard. So I used to always turn Piper and Buddy loose to go get his ass. And they used to work that big boy. Man, it used to be terrible. Where he was so big and he screamed so loud, he was just screaming. So I kept telling them, they would see what was going on. I tell them to come get their pig. How you can tell somebody, come get the pig, and they want to argue about it. He keep getting out of the pen, he ain't gonna hurt nothing. And the whole time I'm out here, I don't know what pigs eat, but yet you come all the way over here to shit in the yard, the same yard I let my dogs run around in. I don't want no pig shit over here. That brings, I don't know what kind of disease that's bringing to the yard. And I used to hate having to deal with this pig until I started cutting the dog loose. And a couple of times of that, didn't have to worry about that pig. Didn't have to worry about that pig no more. But those was the times, man. You know, we all had that special love for them in a certain type of way. That was just my love for something that, you know, broke bread, and I just wanted to keep it for myself. I don't want nothing, you know, nothing. So just understand where I'm coming from, man. All I'm trying to get y'all to understand is the history of this game does matter because there's so much that you can learn. Understand why a lot of breedings work the way they work. I mean, if you don't know how to read papers and you say you don't give a damn about papers, that's fine. Some people just like that. To me, it's like doing this right here. I'm rolling the dice. I don't know what they finna fall on, but hey, I can hit or I can lose. It's just a roll of the dice. And to me, that's when you're dealing without papers. That's cool. Never understood it. Don't even understand the concept and the thinking of it. Because you're always going to boil down to the dog. But if you don't know what's in that dog, what's to guarantee you that you're going to be able to reproduce whatever is in that dog if you didn't even know how the damn dog's bred? That part right there just, I mean, most of it, when you look back in the future, I mean in the past, you kind of knew, even if they didn't have pig papers, that's Tudor shit, or that's Carver bred that, or Pat Patrick bred that. You know, remember when I was telling you early, most of the time when we was creating shit, we was trying to create shit, our own shit. You know, David Tant, Ed Crenshaw. You know, everybody was creating their own shit. So if it came from that yard, you generally had a general idea what Floyd had, what Maurice had, what Tudor had, what Tant had. You know, you kind of had an idea what everybody had. So if papers didn't matter, maybe that's why they were able to shuffle the papers around. But if it came off their yard, you should damn near have an idea of how it's already been bred. Because you ain't going to see too much other shit on the yard. That's kind of how I be looking at, okay, they didn't want people to know the sauce, so they would try to throw you off by giving you some other papers. Because the special sauce, they might have threw in there, but they don't want you to get out there with that same special sauce knowing what you had. And you might get out there with your shit, and all of a sudden, boom, you're producing shit, but you don't really know, it say it's like this. So you're going to take that route. While the man who gave you the fucked up papers, he see it hit, and he know he on to something, so he going to keep doing what he doing and still give out false papers. Because he going to be the man because he's watching everybody else knowing how they bred and the success of them, but it's still his shit. See, that part I can understand why they were doing what they were doing. We never had to do it because remember, we was never really public. But for them other guys back in the day, you know, people would spend money for them dogs. That was a good living back there in them days. So I'm not gonna hate on them. I'm just saying, when you had something good and it was paying you, you ran it like a business. You ran it just like you would run your business. You're gonna rake in that money and keep the product as good as you can, and try your best not to let your secret get out of what you're really doing. That kind of shit makes sense. But I don't see how that works in the, you know, as future went on, you know, because look at the dead end that you're going to run into when you stop having that. I mean, remember, sooner or later, we're going to get away from the Bolio and the Boyles and all this other bullshit, and the Maydays and the Jeeps and the Stompanados and some of well, we're getting new names, put it like that. And with them new names gonna have to have a history because they're new. And the better them new names are, the better they're gonna be drawing attention as far as breeding programs. Good dogs. That should make sense to everybody because that is what this game has been doing since the beginning. And that's where I feel like you're going to find your good dogs. Now, are they accessible? Well, they was accessible as far as I've known way back then before we got in, and they were definitely accessible when we got in and got out. And for my proteges to be able to do some of this great dog breedings that they made, yeah, they're accessible. My thing is, in order to keep that type of success, you got to build a rapport. And then in building that rapport, you got to kind of know what you're really trying to get out of this. It's more than just talking. Time is slow as hell when you're sitting back waiting on something that happen fast. Time ain't is sit there and look at it, look all the time that went past and you still waiting on something. That there is where you separate the good dog man from the wannabe dog man. The good dog man who understands everything I'm saying to you guys, they're going to wind up having good dogs. They're going to be people that you're going to be talking about. They're going to have something over there worthy of talking about. The ones over here who don't have it, they're going to be the main ones that's going to be hating on the ones that's got shit to talk about. Main ones doing all the shit talking. Oh, you ain't got shit. You ain't done shit. Ain't. But what do you got to even say that? They got something. What do you got? See, those are the common problems that have been going on for years. It's just a matter of which one are you trying to be. Which one are you trying to be? Because in the end, it's going to be obvious. That's how I look at it. Over time, I said how time works. It's never going to be there when you need it because it moves too damn slow. But over time, you're going to find out which one you're going to be. You're going to be one that has something to talk about. Or you're going to be that one that don't have nothing to talk about but got a lot to say. Let's talk about bulldogs. It's on you, Mo. I'm turning this over to my man, Mo. Let him get in here and take care of his business right quick. What up, everybody? Sorry I missed the last week. Last show, I was watching the debate. I'm going to kill y'all. Patch off here. I had to go to the hospital to see one of my friends today. He had back surgery. What up, fellas? Yeah, that's true too. I was reading what Box say. He say they'll lie about their pedigrees today. My thing is, I would lie too if it was winning. If it ain't doing shit, why lie about it? That's me. Only thing worthy of lying about is something good that you want to keep a secret. But at the same time, is it worthy enough to make it an issue? If somebody is trying to get dogs off of my yard and I'm giving them fake papers because I don't want them to know what I'm doing,
then that means I must be doing something right because they're wanting to come and play in this yard. I wouldn't give up no fake papers. I mean, what's the purpose of even letting the dogs go if you can't get the right part of the dog out when you get rid of the dog? You have it under my name, but that doesn't mean that the dog is bred the way you say it's bred. When I made a comment my last couple of shows about them top registered married dogs that has such an effect even in today's building of a history. You know what I'm saying? On how that statement that I make pertaining to those top registered married dogs and how the impact of even your dogs of today, guarantee any dog that's worthy of talking about has got that combination or it's got those dogs in them. Guaranteed. Because now we're in a stage of, these dogs was in my time is almost like Dabo in them now. And like they were able to take Dabo's blood and continue doing it with all the branches that came off of it. And in that process, we can always still go back and find Dabo. Even though we have created so many other branches off of him, the makeup might not be the same, but you can't change the fact that when you go back to looking, you're going to find it. And it's that combination of what you would call the history of your shit. When you go to chopping your shit all the way down, you get back to where it's at. You can't deny it's not there. It could be a dog back there that you don't like the particular bloodline, but it's in your dog. You might not like it, but it's still in your dog. Your dog has got that. Well, you just have a little bit. And let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell you why that little bit of this and a little bit of that, and through breeding, you lose this, and it's not the same as that. I could pop up on the bottom side, maybe an eighth of a pedigree, and I may still make a difference to that dog, especially in its accomplishments. Especially in their accomplishments. Because you're going to tell me if I take one DNA out of me, I'm going to still be the same me? No. So why do you think it will work the same way with the same thinking and concept with a dog? If you believe that you could have took anything, if I could have took Grand Champion Ace out and I could have still got a Red Ace, and she could have still produced a brat, you know what I'm saying? It would be cool, but that's not how it worked. It could never be. Genetically wise, Ace was the back end dog. Even though Amber would go to the ass, she wasn't like Ace. And I can count 5 generations coming down off a Grand Champion Ace and just the Going Hard dogs. Going Hard dogs, and these are the dogs that was campaigned and won. I can count 5 generations of some back end, hard biting stifle dogs. And they weren't compound on top of this, a bunch of Going Hard shit. No. But as I look through it and see what made those dogs so special where they were able to carry on the legacy, even with being bred to several champions. Several champions. It was the genetic makeup of most of them. Genetic makeup. One thing about it, I noticed the Barracuda, being all around med, it worked with being bred to Baby. Yeah, Baby's mother, Sassy Girl, she was being bred to dogs like Hot Dog. And she was being bred to dogs like, I think his name was Muggler or some stuff like that. Me, I was breeding her to, champions. But when I got out and Jamie Goddard, he was breeding baby to the Barracuda shit and taking her mama and breeding her to the Burn Stumpy, Burn Stumpy stuff like hot dog. Like I said, I gotta go in and look, but there were other crosses that he was trying to do with her. Being that she was the key. And one thing for sure and definitely for certain, she always produced something. She always produced something. And that was the thing that when I look at the hot dog breeding, and then I look at the other dogs that came off of her, and then I can look and say, or to me, what would I consider a hot dog as far as a good stud dog for my line? I would say, they got a winner out of him, but I know Sassy produced winners anyway, regardless of who you breed her to. It's just the dead care of the genetic strain that, was the answer to those questions when it came to Sassy and being bred. And she wasn't being bred the way we were breeding her. The way we were breeding her. Because when we were breeding her, we didn't get we could tell you if there was production of a chance. And the one thing by me breeding, and I'm not a breeder, the one thing that I was finding out was, if you go back through all those dogs, you're going to notice a lot of going hard dogs that was producing was the bitches. You go through our line of going hard dogs, and there's a lot of them out there. And I'm talking about the winners, the ones that were actually matched. You're going to see that a lot of these were coming off of offsprings off of going hard bitches. It's the females. It wasn't, I get made to his props, but he didn't make all of them either. But he produced, if he was before the time that they changed it, he'd be all in. He's one short. But the dogs that he did produce, genetic-wise, he was the closest thing to Red Ace. He had that genetic gene more than any other crosses that we have. We knew that made to, because of we going from Grand Champion Ace to Red Ace, and then from Red Ace to Brad. Now that's a whole lot of back end shit right there. That's a whole lot of back end dog right there. And then you take a daughter made to back to his daughter, back to his mother, and produce the bitch to produce the 7-time winner, who was probably the reincarnation of Red Ace. Grand Champion Red Ruby was a back-end destroyer. 7 times, and she really didn't go long. Very, very rough back-end dog. But when you look at her pedigree and you start looking back, you can't get too much pure to keep that Grand Champion Ace in there. Just a matter of time, they got lucky. But it was a bitch. It was a daughter off of Maytu and the Brat that produced Red Ruby Red. Again, a bitch. Just like those, like Baby. But Rogers produced some nice match dogs. And so did Baby. But the key is when the proteges got them, and when the way they were breeding, the concept still was the same. Now, Maytu had 38 special, but then, in the same words, Hershey and Lil G and them, they were being produced. These was coming off the bitches. Same with Fatty Girl. It's a fact that Fatty Girl was the producing bitch. That was another thing about her. her genetics. A dog that was able to produce when bred to the right thing, that if you knew what you was doing, you could get it to work. Everything's not 100%, but I can definitely tell you, we were playing with numbers that was giving us well over 75%. And to me, when you can get out there and win 90% of the time, based off that 75% of what you're producing is working, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about this 75 including dogs that don't make it or what you feed them. I'm talking about the dogs that actually get a chance to have the opportunity to get out there and win. We barely spend time on the ones that don't work, because it's a process, and it's a process that's completely eliminated as part of that process, and you move past it, But it doesn't change the fact that I wanted to still try this particular line, because I know there's a key in there. Remember, a lot of the dogs I was breeding to was off of Mayday. And the ones that worked the best were still Luke Kane, Twisted, and Barracuda. I can even give Cock Diesel off of Sassy. I can give him some because we produced winners, but again, Sassy produced a lot of winners. And Cock Diesel, he produced a champion here or there, but again, he wasn't a registered mare. So he did not have the path or the line to be able to do what Luke Kane was able to do, nor did he have the breeding power of what Barracuda was able to do. And I was not a Barracuda fan when it comes to producing dogs. That's real. The bigger Barracuda dogs was, the more I didn't like them. When the ones started coming out a little smaller, and with that Barracuda in them, I started liking them. Give me a 45-pound Barracuda bitch, and I can tell you I can win with her. But, Mama was a 42, and I always thought 42 was about big as I will go. But I seen, Jamie was real high on Bird. He was real high on Bird. She was a pretty rough bitch. So I'm looking at that and saying, Barracuda's still a registered mare. You'll find dogs out here today, and some of these great dogs, you're going to see Barracuda there. Same with Luke Kane. Them is about the ones. I'm glad to have my day up in there where I can see a lot of dogs that I can, this match dogs out there that I can see a growing hard dog in their pedigree. And that means it still works to be notarized, not because somebody bred the shit and it didn't work. I care less about the shit that don't work. I wouldn't care if it had going hard in 100 times when it come to me. Did it work? I see some guys, sometimes they'll send me a pedigree. There's got a going hard bitch in there. And I would be like, girl hard dog there. But that's all that is. There's one in there. But as for the dog that got that in them, that's the question that I be wanting to concentrate on. You know what I'm saying? Not just trying to put it there for it to be there, but it's got to be put there to make a difference. Or to be able to put something in something else and make that the difference. The winning point is the bottom line. It's just the bottom line. If I can get one, I'm happy, because that means I got one to play with. It's totally different when I'm making a bunch of damn breedings and I ain't making nothing to play with, or what I am making a play with, I can't win with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I was not really selling dogs back then when I was playing, because I wasn't, breeding and taking care of these dogs. Like that's what I wanted to do. Spread them out and put them in good people's hands. My hands ain't full yet. My hands weren't full yet. Like I said, our proteges, they were, they hats off to them. I'm getting ready to do a show. I got some more things to look up and complete over, because I'm not trying to spread it out there so quick, because we still got the book. I've been more tired and busy because I got these puppies, these Malinois running around. And I don't have Malinois running around me without some type of training. So I do the show for the pit bulls and all that. But I remember, y'all, when I do it, I get on the bus, I take y'all way back there where I'm at. So, and that's what I bring to the table when I talk to you guys. Even when it comes to speaking in the now, again, the now is still a fictional story if I can't testify to it. So information that I give is really for the purpose of entertainment, and that's why we really are all in here. So you'll see me pull up a lot of pedigrees, you know what I'm saying? Again, don't be so quick to holler something about the now, unless you're willing to tell all of us that you're willing to testify in court to that. Because if I put it up and it has anything to do with the now, I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? It might be heard, you might have been told, but it doesn't make a difference, really. It really don't make a difference, because regardless if I wasn't there and I don't know who, when, and where, it's a fictional story. I'm going to start saying that more often to a lot of you guys, so we need to add that into our disclaimer so we don't let people get our disclaimer mixed up on what we're trying to tell you guys by when we say live by the disclaimer. Because if you're not able to make it an actual story, then it's going to be a fictional story regardless of how you tell it, because you wasn't there. You're only going based on hearsay knowledge, and that's secondhand, and that can come anyway. So that's why I always am able to take what I'm saying back there and run around up here. You know what I'm saying? And then while I'm running around up here, remember, I'm a student of the past. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always talking about the night vision, because there's a whole world of darkness out there that's still trying to live on. There's still guys out there who we see still out here getting busted, on dog fighting charges. It kind of make you wonder, being some of these guys we don't know. PBK puts them up there for us for those who maybe will know them, so you don't get blindsided. But in a lot of these cases, there's been a few, but a lot of the cases, these are guys that's getting busted for suspicion of dog fighting. Until they're found guilty, they'll be under the suspicion of dog fighting. Those cases do they really boil down to anything? You can't tell me if I have a dog in my yard and I have scars on it, that you're going to take my yard and blame me for dog fighting and tell me about scars. Do they understand? How do you prove that this dog was literally used for, the purpose of the American game dog fighting rings? You know what I mean? It's just really, that means what happens when your dog gets off the chain, guys. You might as well take those two dogs and just take them back out there in the woods and go ahead and kill them. Because if you bring them back on your yard and try to fix them up, and you do treadmill, you do confirmation. But you had two nice dogs to throw some pretty good, nice dogs and shit, but you're going to keep them on your yard with scars that they endured, and thank God through your love and care of this dog, these dogs did not die. But they're going to always have the remnants of that night. Now, how would you feel if the people came up on your yard, took those dogs and all the dogs on your yard, all because of those two dogs looking like they looking? Knowing you ain't part of the dog fighting world. Knowing your dogs is in something totally different. You're not going to find another dog on the yard like that, but you're going to notice they're on bigger chains while y'all worrying about these big law chains, these big pretty muscular dogs. They the daddies of this shit. Are you going to tell me I was breeding for the purpose of dog fighting because they daddies got scars on them from a time that they got off the chain when the chains and the setup wasn't set up as good as it is now to make sure it would never happen again? You know, these are the kind of things that, you know, y'all have to think about when you're talking about something, when the innocent persons are getting jammed up and yards taken and names flashed across. It's so easy for them to walk on your yard and call you a dog fighter. Lord knows if you ain't got the phobia as I do, you know, they even tried to shit on me. And you know how I feel about shitting. You know what I mean? In my yard and where I take care of my dog. But they even tried it on me in my case. They tried to make it like my dogs weren't taken care of. I mean, they took, you know, they did a little switcheroo with the stuff, with the papers and all that. But I'm in the newspapers. Again, I told this story before. I'm going to keep on reminding you guys, so I don't want you guys to forget this shit. Because it's not how well you keep your shit. If they tag you, be looking for them to cause you a problem. Because, again, if you don't have nothing to say, and you really shouldn't have nothing to say, for anybody that has dogs on their yard, you should really understand that you really don't have nothing to say. A welfare check, I can give you that from the front porch. Hold on, let me go back here and take a picture. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, see, they're okay. But I'm not gonna. They don't. If you're gonna ask me, because you want to do a welfare check, and I tell you no, because you tell me what you want to do, but if I don't want you to do it, then what? Because you ain't got no warrant, you ain't got nothing, and you're not going to just push me out the way and walk back here in my yard. Because if you push me out the way and walk back on my yard, I know you're going to go back there and find something, because you know I'm going to be going the fuck off about you putting your hands on me, moving me out, and taking this stuff on walking into my yard and seeing for yourself without a search warrant. You know, I would do welfare checks and all. You know, remember, it's still part of your private property and your personal life that you don't have to do that. You don't have to open the door because the police is knocking at the door. If they know you in there, what you gonna do? You know I'm in here, and you're knocking on the door, but I'm not answering. But you know I'm home. What you gonna do? You gonna kick open the door, and you ain't here to arrest me. You're here for a reason, but you ain't here to arrest me, because you're knocking on the door. You wouldn't be asking for to come in. You was here to arrest me. You be coming in. So there's certain things, man, why we are all out here trying to do the right thing with these dogs, not with the understanding that don't get caught up and forget with all the right that you're doing, this community is still under fire. And they're not all good animal control people, especially when it comes to you having these dogs. Just on you just having these dogs. Look, I go to trial again October 2nd. You know, over Malinois. You know, just I guess just my name. want to cause me a headache. But I guess as the years go by, I don't know what they was thinking. I guess they're still into the same old practice of dumb shit, the sneaky, dirty shit, But the good thing about it is, body cam. Now, in my case, yeah, I'm going to trial because I don't accept shit. Biggest problem I have is I shouldn't have never let her walk in the yard. I don't have no pit bulls anyway. But as soon as you seen whatever your anonymous call was, that my puppies were in distress, I should have stopped you right there and kicked you back off my yard. And not answer another question. Not even wanting to show you the dogs. You seen that? I heard it come out your mouth. I should have stopped her right there and then asked her to leave. No, you don't need to be looking for nothing else. What you tell me you was here to check, you saw, so get off the yard. But me being a nice guy and a good guy, no, I let her wander around. And in the end, because I have my cages, here's the problem. She couldn't tell me what the problem was. You know what I'm saying? But there's a problem. Why is there a problem? Because guess who's the person she's dealing with? She probably know who I am. You know what I'm saying? She probably knew who I was. And I don't think animal control ever got over that birdie. With all the bullshit that they put me through and the life that they ruined, you would think that they would know how to step away and lick their wounds, but you take it personal because a jury acquitted me. I'm still damn near 15 years later, I'm still, y'all still got a nasty taste in the mouth where, I didn't get dumber. You know what I'm saying? I put that stuff in the jury's hand without even a defense. So I didn't get dumber. So 13 years, 14 years later, and you bring this rookie-ass lady over here to my crib and find herself wanting to find something wrong, but she can't, to the point that she got to take some pictures and go ask somebody to do anything wrong. Come back, I didn't put my dogs back in the house. Remember, I had rollaways. So if you didn't know when you left, there's no way in the hell you're going to tell me anything when you get back, because I'm not going to be there. Why would I keep my dogs in a situation when I see there's trouble? So when you got back, it was damn near 2 hours later, I was gone. If you was something wrong with it, you could have put a note on the door. If it was something wrong, you could have phone called me. But no, they sit out there 2 hours and wrote a bunch of damn tickets on a bunch of puppies for improper confinement. You know what I'm saying? So let's, now we're gonna deal with first thing we're gonna deal with, and that's why I said let's go to trial. Now, first thing that I did once I established that, I told the judge, I said I would like to make sure we got it on record that I'm requesting the body cam of the officer that I encountered that day. Judge say, okay, all you got to do is contact them. And no, I contact them. The next day, I get sent to public records to put my request in. Now, one of the main things that she said when she first walked up to me was, I see the body cam. She's acknowledging to me about the body cam she got on. Which I agree. I see it. She let me know, but I said, I guess I can let you know that every one of these cameras around here, they recording too. So now we both established that, you got to record it and we are being recorded. So as we walk through, all this stuff is on her camera. I just want and when I get it in my case and I go ahead and present my case out here, y'all, and whatever happened, I'm going to show you the video of what a dirty animal control person who wants to make trouble, regardless of what you're doing with your dogs, the trouble they will try to make. I'm going to give you a real Karen in action. But let me get this case out the way before I exploit it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to piss off a bunch of damn city officials with this one because of my record. Remember, I went to trial before, and I was all wiped off as one of the cruel ass, this, and that, and not even put up a defense. and watch a jury acquit me of a bunch of damn dog fighting charges. That they just write me all through the mud. Forget about the animal cruelty. What happened to the dogs not having water? What happened to the dogs in their heavy chains? What happened to their depleted dog houses? Where did all that shit go? What happened to all that? Oh, I know what happened to it. The video. You couldn't use that one no more because of the video. But what they do to the video, people, they lost my video. My own lawyer, a lawyer that I had to fire because she couldn't explain to the judge how she lost the video. But one thing you can explain, the two lawyers that I had copies of that video. Why? You know, neither one of you got that video. You can definitely testify to what was on it. And when you as lawyers got to testify to and admit that you saw what was on that video to a judge, and the video asked you what was going on, they would sit there and tell him, even if you lost it, the lady who was my lawyer at the time was the mentor to the prosecutor, lost the video. Now you got to explain to the judge. Now, I don't think you want to lie to the judge when you got a prominent lawyer who saw the video first, because it's the first lawyer I went to. I just didn't have $100,000 to pay for a dogfighting case like at that time for him. But, you know, even then, the judge wanted to make him, you know, since I'd already stepped in and he started using, the judge wanted to make him do my case. But me, I just told the judge, I don't want no lawyer to represent me, and he's being made to do it. So if he's being made to do it and he don't want to do it, you know, he don't got to do it. But one thing for sure, he was the lawyer that saw the tape first. So that put the old dirty lawyer, you know, in a bind, because you know that there's somebody else out there that's seen that video. So you better make damn sure you don't have really no other choice but to tell them what you saw, because guess what? Here's a lawyer that didn't have nothing to lose like you do. And we know you lost the video, and you just so happen to be the mentor to the prosecutor that's prosecuting his case. And how did we bring that shit to attention? That came to attention when she started, you know, making excuses. It made me wonder, you know, why is she dropping that hammer? Why is she tiptoeing around this? There's something to her and that prosecutor. And I started asking around the courthouse. And I comes to find out that my lawyer was her mentor. And when we got in front of that court that day and that so-called video tape came up missing, first it was stuck in the computer. Okay, they go back there, the bailiff goes down in there, and ain't no videotape down in there. But all this time you've been telling us it's been stuck in the computer. So we have a problem, Houston. And the bad thing about it, it was a CD, so it was the original CD. Didn't nobody make copies of that CD. She didn't make a copy, and the lawyer who I had the first case, he didn't make a copy. So the whole time, everybody's walking around with my original CD. Now, after they lost it, you know, I had the actual hard drive that I recorded it off of. I had that. You know, I had the whole unit. But I didn't want to bring it through the court because they wanted me to put my machine through the x-ray. And I let this machine, the only evidence of this tape left. The only thing left to show the evidence that what was going on that morning before they hit my crib, you know, which was I was outside feeding the dog. You would see my whole routine, you know, the way I do it. I eat, clean up shit, feed my dogs, water my dog, and then clean up shit again. I don't like shit, you know, and you will see that to this very day. I have videotapes where you see me every morning cleaning up dog shit. You know what I'm saying? So just notice, you really have to be on top of all your shit. I mean, regardless of what you're doing with your dogs. These people, they will still take you and splatter you across that TV world and have you looking like the worstest person in the world. The worstest person. You know, did they have it right with me being a dog fighter? I mean, I never had to say nothing because right now I had the right to remain silent. Right to everything that I was going through. One thing I learned real quick after how they pulled their shit at my house that day when I did talk to them. Don't talk to them. And then when you start dealing with your lawyers and I'm going on the trial with the fourth lawyer who's getting ready to get fired and I'm getting ready to represent myself, then do I even know how to trust the system? No. No, they killed their own case. It didn't have nothing to do with me being Mr. Perry Mason. There was enough going on with that animal cruelty thing as far as the dogs and the chains in their houses and the way their dogs was supposed to be kept. You know, that didn't even get a chance to show its face in my trial like it did my girl's trial. You know why? Because that videotape. The one that they didn't want any jury or probably any judge to see because it was all the evidence that I had to fight the search warrant itself. When you use the same words in two search warrants that, you know, to obtain, when it really boiled down to it based on the two lawyers who actually saw the video that morning, there was no possible way. And then you take the pictures that they took in my yard that day, there was no way that they can dare walk in front of a jury and say anything about the condition of those dogs or my yard. So that was once they lost that control right there is stripped off of there, you can't make me look like a bad guy there. Let's talk about the IV machines, you know what I'm saying, and all the medicine. Okay, that was part of the charges. You know, they didn't find the treadmills, but they found all my journals. And I had boxes of them. They tried to use that. That didn't work. Couldn't use those. He tried to even bring them in after the judge told him not to. See, the animal control was the major factor, guys, of me, the jury finding me not guilty. And while I felt like that they looked bad, so bad themselves, it almost looked like, you know, their case looked like, you know, Donald Trump in his debate. You know, they're saying something, but they ain't saying nothing. You know, they're trying to make the jury see something that the jury couldn't see. You know, and it really made it that's what it looked like. Because what I was facing in that case, guys, could have had me put away for 20 years at the least, because I didn't accept the 20 years when it was offered to me before I went to trial. Yeah, that's what the offer was before I went to trial. So I know I would have got at least 20 years because I turned the 20 years down and went to trial. But to sit there and put all that on the line and not even put up a defense and get a not guilty, that tells you what kind of case they tried to throw me in jail for 20 years for. Yeah, and killed 8 of my dogs. Left a young lady with 11 charges of dog fighting that's still on her record today. All that's left, all the remnants. Yet they want to be stupid enough to come and try me and think that I won't take them through that same merry-go-round again. Well, guess what, y'all? Now I'm dealing with Malinois in animal control. And just as soon as after October 2nd, at the end of this thing, where I won't have to run into doing anything that's going to make my case any worser by just keeping the evidence and everything, let it go through the system, and then I will show you, firsthand, this is how they act. This is how people are getting jammed the fuck up. This is what you got to protect yourself from. And thank God these certain things was in place. Damn, they can, because there's no guarantees when it comes to the second that don't come to me and tell me the camera didn't work. Or they don't have the camera. Or it wasn't on. Remember, they can sit there and tell us anything. What we got to go through to make sure that they ain't lying to me. You see what I'm saying? I'll just make sure it would be wise for you to have it, because I got you on video saying it was working on my own system.
Well, she asked if how was Cock Diesel?
Cock Diesel was a good dog. I mean, I went up there when I bred to him. I liked him. He was a nice big red dog. I mean, he was a nice dog. I mean, I bred Sassy Girl to him. We got Red Man. He was produced. He was, he was a 2-time winner, 1-time winner. I know it was one of them. No, he produced a 2-time winner. Remember? In the one, Red Man. He was a good dog. He was a 1-time winner. And then he produced a 2-time winner and a 1-time winner. So Cock Diesel, I think he was a pretty good dog. And then we bred May to one of those daughters off of Cock Diesel and sent them down there to Mad. Mad had him. He had let them all go, and then he got word that, the damn man, there was some badass dogs you let run around out there. And then he realized that, he said, man, I made a big ass mistake, man. When he said he checked the bitch and the bitch didn't work out. He said he checked the mama and she didn't work out. And the puppies was already, he let the puppies go, but he was like, man, he went back and the dogs was coming through there kicking all their asses. And they was all telling him, man, these are the dogs you was giving us, man. Them dogs you gave us, yeah, that's them dogs. So again, one dog, but then she produced some good dogs. And they're down there right now in Texas. Some good ones. Still running around off of Cock Diesel and Sassy Girl, a line of those dogs. I haven't been able to capture up to them, but I heard there was dogs down there coming off of Cock Diesel and Sassy Girl, and what they was really calling it was Mad's Cocky Girl. That's because that's what they known about. They got the dog from Mad. There's a line of dogs that they got from Mad, but that's what they was from. They was off of May 2 bred to Cocky Girl, who was off of CD and Sassy Girl. Through history, like I said, who you gonna still see out there today in 2024? What line of dogs? I liked the Scooter dog. Hell on Earth Scooter. Yeah, I liked him. I think it was Scooter Shooter, whatever his name is. But yeah, he was a producer. But it's not like Luke Kane. It's not like Barracuda. Those type of dogs right there, they kind of stand out. You got several, you got dogs coming down off of Yellow Man. Remember, Yellow Man is a Mayday dog that was able to produce some decent dogs. You know what I'm saying? You have like Macho Buck, he was able to produce some good dogs, but he has an ROM background with a hell of a line in itself. A line that, again, that every time I see a Mayday Stone City dog or a Stone City cross like that, I always think about me, because I knew before I ever done it that it was something special to that cross, because I really liked the Yellow Buck, and once I saw Mayday, I really liked the Mayday, and I looked at both the dogs and I seen the exact same thing. They're coming off different dogs, but those different dogs are landing into the same line of dogs. And both dogs were great dogs to me. And I said, just imagine, man, if you could put both of them mugs together, man, And even though they was beefing, I just believe in genetics and and understanding, if this works and this working, and when you really look at both the dogs, they bred the same way. That's something special. And I'm already in the yellow dogs. Remember, I'm already running around with hardcore. Hardcore, Stone City, Pro Set, all these is yellow guys. The dogs is got made at yellow shit. And I think it's just if you don't know by now, and I didn't put enough back there in those last few videos of some shit that you can look at and go, oh, you playing the disclaimer, but is you really paying attention of what you're looking at? You're gonna see that a lot of those dogs, down there, 95% of the dogs that I showed you guys were champions and grand champions of the now. And 95% of those dogs, guess how they had what they had in it. I said 95% of those dogs had those top ROM dogs on both sides in their genetics. The most prominent ones would be the Red Boy, Bolio. You know what I'm saying? I would have to say Eli because it keeps falling between Clayton's Eli Jr. or Bully's son. But so I would just go with the Eli stuff, Boudreaux. And when I put Boudreaux in there, I got to claim Jeep. Because he's a major part of that. But you look on the RM list, you're going to find him there. You're going to find Chinaman, Frisco, Mayday, Yellow John, Awesome Baby, Jeep, Buck. You can see, when you look into these pedigrees of these dogs, you're going to see those very names or the blood. Because you don't even have to say, I don't even need to say Yellow, Mayday. You know what I mean? Because I'd be stuck on Red Boy and let Red Boy cover all that. I'd be stuck on Bolio and let Bolio cover the Mayday, the Stone City, the Yellow. You know what I'm saying? I'm going Red Boy, Bolio. That's covering all the Mayday shit, all the Grand Champion Yellow shit. You know what I'm saying? Everything that's got that yellow in there is all part of that ROM list. Awesome Baby, all that. Grand Champion Buck, Jeep, Honey Bunch, all that's covered in there. 95% of those dogs out of now has got that combination in them. They got a combination of those top ROM dogs. You go back and you see it, and you're going to see Grand Champion here out of now, whether he's real or not. This is how he's bred, and 95% of the dogs that I presented to you was a consistent of those top registered mare dogs. Every single one of them. So this is what it looks like when you take what used to be into where we still talking about Jeep and all them dogs right there. Well, we're taking the people from my time, taking those dogs and building of the dogs that's coming off of those dogs, building a whole generation of line of dogs, sticking to that same program, if not making it their damn self and understanding how they doing it. Because I said 95% of those champions and grand champions I just showed y'all in the last few shows. Go back in there and look from St. Benedict, what is his name, Bailey, St. B's Bailey, all the way down to Gardner's Champ, Red Boy. I'm talking about, I said 95% of the champions and grand champions I just showed you guys are bred like that. Those top ROM dogs are in their pedigree. They're showing you that we done went way back here from Bolio before my time. And all the stuff that's got Bolio in it, all the stuff that had that Jeep in it, all that stuff that had that red boy, whether it came from Tab, Blackjack, Mayday, Jeep, all that. Tuffy don't matter. Cunningham don't matter. That's still part of that Red Boy clan. And go right on down, just like they did with Diebold, and we can do the very same thing right down the line. I said the baddest dogs out there winning and losing. If it's anything but based on the disclaimer or what the disclaimer said, because I don't know whether it's true or not, it's still all fictional. But all them badass dogs can whip everybody until they run into each other. It's going to be a winner. It's going to be a loser. But it was just the fact through the history, every one of those dogs was blood of those top major dogs on the ROM list. I'm talking about not just one of them. I said the combination of those very dogs, all on one list. In those dogs, the ones that are working. The ones that are working. And if you can understand that and you can read it and see it and feel it, what I'm saying, it's like, how in the hell y'all gonna talk about, fuck the past when the great shit that's running around here making the news is the goddamn shit that was built from the past, where somebody was still taking the best of the best, keeping it the best to get the best. Win or lose. Oh, schoolboy. Oh, Mike, big bro on the line. What up, big bro? Hold on.
Hey, did I call it a bad time?
No, we on the show. No, I figure you were gonna call and have something to say. That's the only reason they would call. Hold on, okay?
All right.
Good to hear from you, big bro.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. I've been so busy.
Yeah, me too.
I apologize to the lady who answered the phone. I wasn't real clear, so I didn't mean to upset her.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure you didn't upset her. That's the wife. It's a dog thing. You already know how women act.
All right. But she's a very nice lady.
Yes, she is. What she wants to be. Okay, big bro, I got you on the line. Hold on. I gotta get the plug. You want mine out of the car again? Yeah, mine's in the car. Hey, how did y'all make it through that weather that came down through there? Was y'all all right?
Yeah. All them fires and all that stuff, that's quite a distance south from me.
Oh, okay. They just start
It
what?
happens every year, man.
That's what I was saying, boy. They starting to burn up, man. Y'all ain't gonna have nothing out there if it keep burning up.
The thing is they could prevent it if they wanted to with conservation, go in and clean up the old brush and they just won't do it. Because they get more money from letting it burn. They get federal aid and all that. And it grows back. Every year it grows back.
Oh, that's what they're getting over on the growing back part, huh? Because it does grow back.
Oh, yeah. It grows fast, too.
Yeah, they definitely say, what God did in the first 6 days can't nothing destroy it. It's going to always grow back.
You got that right. Yeah.
Okay. Here we come. There you go. Okay, say something, big bro. Can you hear me, Scoop? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds real good.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, salute everybody in the chat. It's been a while. I've been busy, some family stuff and all that, but I always come back. I'm gonna plug you guys for a minute, give you a little props because a lot of people. I mentioned that I'm writing a book on breeding, right? How to breed the American Pit Bull Terrier, and I'm going to include pedigrees, right? My pedigrees and other examples of the techniques that I'm talking about. So I'm thinking, Mayday, Yellow, Yellow John, all this stuff. So I'm going to put one of you guys' peds up. Which one do you think would best represent your blood? May 2, or which one?
They made to him baby because I mean to me baby's all women bitch, and she was she was bred to sons off of Barracuda.
Okay.
Made to is a reflection of Brat, and he would be the only reason. And then he got the daughter to produce the Grand Champion Red Ruby. So right. I would have to say them.
If you had a choice, it would be which one?
Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, baby, and May 2.
Okay, then I'll put a little note. I just wanted to mention that because you're talking about Yellow and Mayday and all that today, right?
Yeah. And if what I was speaking on, even in comes to the case of them, if you look at May 2, he has those same dogs in him.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Baby, she has those same dogs in her.
Can't forget about Fatty Girl.
And then we can't forget about Fatty Girl, the screaming demon bitch. She came from going hard. You look at her shit, she has those same dogs in her. And they all are the dogs on the top of the registered merit list.
Right. Yeah, once Yellow John came on the scene, from there it took off almost like any other famous popular bloodline that you would think of, like Bodeo or Bully Son or Boomerang, like that. And there's different stuff in it and all that, but that's basically kind of where it started. You have the Yellow John and the Yellow John Jocko stuff together, and then Chance Yellow, and then Mayday, Grand Champion Rodney, all these different dogs. They added Buck to it later and all that. So
right.
It's kind of its own dynasty, if you want to say that.
Right, and back then they didn't call him Yellow John, they called him Red Boy. Am I right though?
Yeah, oh yeah. And that's what happens in real time, is the dog themselves, they don't become famous till later.
Yeah.
So that was one of the earliest, if not the first, I don't know, we'd have to check, Red Boy Jocko crosses. So that's kind of what they called it, Red Boy.
Yeah.
Red Boy, there were different Red Boys, but when they crossed Yellow John to Jocko stuff, then you have the Red Boy Jocko. I would call that the inception of Red Boy Jocko.
Yep. It sure was. And again, it was able to, and he ended up at the top of that ranking, but his daddy was already there. Yellow John was already there before Yellow got there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
That's would be where it started,
Yeah.
And then it went down from there. Now, after Mayday, you could say, it went from Yellow John to Yellow, and you could say from there it went to Mayday, and then
Luke came,
Barracuda.
Yeah, and Barracuda, because they didn't really stand out as far as registered merits.
Yeah. It's just,
everybody
do your study and see where these dogs came from, who used them, how were they bred. You can find their records in those 40 dog journals if you feel like you need to invest. That's important. And it'll help you in your breeding programs. Like you guys show your peds and explain all the dogs in there, what they did, how you do your breedings in that. People should either, write down the ped number or screenshot it, however you do, just to preserve it so that they can study it and see how you guys did it. And other people too, that were doing similar or different or however it is, and then they added, like I said, that when they added Buck, that was good too,
Yep, they added Buck, they added Jeep. Remember, I'm telling you, man. I mean, come on, look at hardcore. They got 3 of the 4. Cause they was going in with the Rascal Yellow. You know what I'm saying? He went the Rascal Yellow Jeep.
You know, even my stuff started out. Big Red was Jeep, Miss Rage, and Red Boy. That's his breeding.
Yep.
Right. Then I had his sister, same breeding. So I kept that going. I added some Rascal Jr. Then when I handed it off to my protege, he went along the same lines, and then he later added Skull, Red Boy, Jocko, which is kind of unique.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of reintroduce that Red Boy back into my stuff. Not so much the Jocko. The Jocko's a cross, but it's still good. It still works.
Yeah,
so basically Eli stuff with Red Boy Jocko, and you put it in there, and it brings that Red Boy stuff back to the front.
Again, the factor. I mean, everybody hate me when I go reminding them how much of a factor Jocko is. He's a compliment to Red Boy. He's not a factor. Never been a factor. A compliment. Because Red Boy was a double-bred Red Boy dog when they caught Jocko. So we people make that mistake and try to, it's the Red Boy Jocko. No, it wasn't, son. Stop it. Because you don't see Jocko running around here being named today without Red Boy.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Period. And you're not going to find it.
Yeah. And that's that happens with a lot of us. It's like, let's say you're concentrating on Red Boy, and you put the Jocko in there, and then later on, like my friend did, you put the Skull, right? The main focus is on the Red Boy stuff. Mm-hmm. The other stuff in there are just catalysts to let you move forward, in your breeding program.
The right kind of
whatever the bloodline is you're focusing on, that has to be on both sides of the peds, and it's the main stuff that you're following. You add other stuff to complement it or let you get to the next generation, but that's where your main focus is. And there were so many Red Boy that I've bred all different ways, but the people that even you got the assassin blood, you got that, they mix that with paladin and this and that, but the main focus was Red Boy.
Yep, because Beetlejuice was a Red Boy dog.
Right. I mean, there's tons of them. The first champion off of Red Boy was bred real similar to Yellow John.
Yep.
Jacob's champion Hog Dog. That's the first that I remember. The first champion off of Red. She was triple bred Red Boy. Same thing. Father. Red Boy is the sire, grandsire, and great-grandsire. So, and I think one of the reasons people like it is because you can heavily inbreed Red Boy dogs, and they're still good to compete with back in the day.
Yeah. Because that's what that Beetlejuice, I keep saying Beetlejuice because Windy City had him. And in Beetlejuice's bottom is that assassin stuff.
Yeah. And nobody talks about that. There was Assassin 1 and
Assassin 2. Yep.
I forget which one, but one of them won 2 or 3. The other one won 8 and lost 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
There were some badass dogs.
Yeah.
So that's Red Boy. It's a little bit different. Just like the, what's his name? The Cadillac.
The Melon stuff? The Hollins. Yeah. Melon Outlaw. Yeah. That's a different kind of Red Boy.
A little bit different, but it's still Red Boy.
Triple R Red in them was a little different.
Yeah, right.
People don't know about Triple R Red, but he was because he wasn't as big of a producer as the rest of them. But you'll find him in some good dog pedigrees.
Yeah. George's Triple R Red, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Michael George, I think his name was.
Yeah,
they called him the blind dog because he was scratched blind or whatever. He was just all fucked up, but he kept scratching.
Yeah.
And they consistently known for that. But some Red Boy dogs, they had a lot of ability too.
Mm-hmm.
Even the ones we got out here, Big Red's, damn, she wasn't much of a dog, just a brood bitch. But her uncle, that son of a bitch could fight, man. he fought as good as like anything you want to see. You know, he could do everything. He was smart, rough, bit good. You know, wrestled good, move fast, like that, strong.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends on which ones you get, what you got, and Yellow John had a great record if you look at it. He beat some good dogs, man.
Oh, Yellow John, yes, he did. Yeah. But
Yeah.
Fletcher Savage was a dog. Fletcher Savage was a real dog fighter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
By the time he started moving out his dogs, he was old. He was getting old.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it definitely needs to be mentioned. And then with the Mayday, you have the Tombstone, Tombstone Bolillo and all. They just all go together good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So I mean, I just was wondering, what did you think? Was I on the right track? But what I was pointing out.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I caught some of it. I didn't hear the whole thing, but yeah. Just like you mentioned, Luke Kane. You know, did you ever see him or?
Yeah, I seen Luke Kane.
Yeah.
I seen Luke Kane and I seen Barracuda go and Twisted.
Yeah.
I seen all them.
Did you like him?
I loved him.
Yeah, they did an interview with STP back in the day. Remember, Little Rock used to do those interviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they interviewed, it's a lot of different people. Well, when they interviewed STP, and they had all these questions, one of the questions they asked was, "What's the best dog that you have right now? What would you consider your best dog?" And he said Luke Kane. So that tells you right there, he must have been a very good dog if they thought so highly of him. Of all the dogs they had, that's the one he chose to say was the best dog they had at the time.
Now, can I say this?
Yep.
Deep South had Luke Kane and Twisted.
Okay.
Okay, so what did that tell you about why Luke Kane left and they kept Twisted?
There you go. See? Yeah. They must have liked him better.
That's right. And Twisted was a bad boy. I tell you, I saw him beat that Beetlejuice dude, man. And the same night Barracuda went, I saw two great Mayday dogs prove to the world that it wasn't about Mayday no more. It was about his offspring.
Right.
Because everybody there was there to see those dogs lose. Everybody came there to see those two dogs lose. I'm trying to tell you, it was a good night. It was a good night for me. But you don't have to, because Victor wasn't too many people a fan, and a lot of those dogs was coming out of Miami. You still got Hunch, May, Brat. You remember we making a name, so and it's coming all out of Florida. Remember, all these dogs was coming out of Florida until they start buying them up. Remember, Laz bought up 600, and he continued his career. There's a lot of people. Look, Barracuda, Bam Bam, and May were on the same yard. No Name Kennels had all them. Then they sold. That's how the Latin boys got Barracuda. They bought him. Yeah. And like Proset, she was with No Name. She won 2 with No Name, and then Proset bought her. He bought her as a 2-time winner out the box.
Right. Did Miami Tony have any of that stuff? You know him?
Miami Tony. The only Tony that I can't even call him Tony. I don't remember Miami Tony.
Okay.
I know Laz 187. He was the one that kind of reminded me of Tony Montana.
Okay. I just remember that name, and I think I seen some of his pins that had some of that stuff too. So yeah, it was permeated down there. There was a lot of it.
Yeah, but that's where it was.
The thing too, you can't just have a lot of it to say there's a lot of it. Generally, if there's a lot of it, it's because it's good.
Yep.
People knock Jeep, they knock Mayday. Well, they brought a lot of this. Yeah, well, they produce a lot of good dogs too.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't because if you ain't worth a shit as a producer, most people ain't gonna keep breeding it. At least back then, maybe now they do. I don't know, but it has to have some kind of production behind it. So and the sign of a good producer is if he can produce dogs that are better than him or at least on that level, that's a great producer. And I think Mayday did that.
Yep, me too. And to me, it didn't really carry far. I mean, a lot of them was in dog fighter hands. They wasn't in breeder hands. Luke Kane ended up in Natural Born, a breeder hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That makes all the difference in the world.
Yep, Barracuda.
A lot of the fighters, they weren't really breeders. They didn't breed dogs. But they knew where to get good ones.
Yeah.
And generally, they go back to the same stuff that's winning for them. So maybe they didn't breed a lot of dogs, but they using the same blood over and over.
Yeah, and that's true. That is true. There was this dog here. I was going to pull up. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull him up to show everybody. He's a red boy dog that, a lot of people don't hear much about this dog here. That Basco dog.
Right. I remember the
name. They call it, they call him Jackie, but his name was also Basco. He was a 2-time winner. Actually, he was a champion. He was a back-end dog. Straight killer.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go, a.k.a. Basco. This dog is actually a champion too, guys. This was a back-end stifle-eating dog. So when we say that we might have got some of that shit from Grand Champion Ace, you would think twice when you see how Basco, hear the story. I'm going to find the story. I'm going to bring it up to you guys. But this dog was a back stifle dog. When I say he was a back stifle dog, he knew how to be patient and he knew his mark. And when he got there, he got you. But see, when we say Amber was like that.
The dog I mentioned earlier, Hog Dog, Jacob Champion Hog Dog.
Yeah.
That was a stifle dog. He was a stifle dog too.
But see, these were red boy dogs.
Yeah, they're all. She was straight.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And if you look at this dog here and go and I was to compare this dog to Amber, you know what I'm saying? They bred down there just alike.
Right.
I mean, especially with Amber coming off the Champion Wrangler.
Yeah, Wrangler.
That's her sire. You know what I'm saying? And we know, that's red. That's Yellow John Gibson, and Cisco. These were the dogs that really start putting that L under a lot of them Boyle's dog at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These red boy dogs just came out there, man, and just started landing them blows on that shit, on that Boyle shit that was out there wrecking everything. Remember, it came a time where Boyle's dogs became so famous because they was a wrecking crew line of dogs. Let's just keep it for what it is. That's what it was. You got a Boyle's dog, you got a destroyer. That's what them dogs represented back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
and see, the red boy, even back in the day, most people talked about their gameness, right? Which is true. But a lot of them were rough too, and a lot of them could bite too. So you put that together, the gameness that everybody focus on, and they can hurt you too. Maybe that's why they could whip them Boiled dog, because they could match them bite for bite and stay. They'll stay, or the other one might not stay.
No, I'm gonna put up a picture. This is Amber's pedigree, y'all. That's Amber's pedigree. If you look at how she's bred almost the same way as this dog. Totally different dogs, but you're finding the same dogs in there.
Yeah. Yep.
You're gonna find the same dogs in there.
Yeah, if it's working, you keep going with it. And that's you can have that kind of variety. Bred real similar. And there may be a couple of different dogs here and there, but you see that also the same dogs in two different pedigrees.
You're right, because all you do, you see Sam off of Yellow and Wiggles, in Amber's pedigree, but in Basco's pedigree, it's Wendy Bill and Gypsy.
Right.
Both dogs off of, Gypsy's off of Grand Champion Yellow and Wiggles.
Yeah.
So
yeah, sometimes it's litter mates, sometimes it's half brother, half sister.
Yeah, they did a lot of that.
Yeah, a lot of that. That's how you keep it going, and you have more of them. Yeah, just have a more variety where they're not all inbred and shit. You know,
Yep.
Same dog, same blood, similar types of breedings, but a little different, so that you're not getting that inbreeding rut. But like I said, with Red Boy, you can inbreed it. That's a proven fact. And a lot of bloodlines you can't. It don't work.
Well, definitely a big factor in the case of Yellow John. Red Boy and that Yellow John was, I just say Red Boy in whole because I can name several Red Boy lines that you could double up and triple up and you didn't lose shit. And I would have to say Yellow is a prime example of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Katie Marlowe did a lot of that. You know, I always talk about Brandy Girl. I think the original breeding that started Yellow was Brandy Girl's sister or related to Brandy Girl. So again, same type of breeding, just different dogs, and then triple bred. You know, in triple bred, just like Hog Dog is triple bred, but a little different than Yellow.
Right.
There's a bunch of them, man. You would have to. It was all over the place. They beat good dogs, they lost to good dogs, you know, like that. That's the way the competition goes. But they're every which way almost you could think of, and every which way inbred. All kinds of different, like I said, Assassin and all them. They were Red Boy dogs. They have some other stuff in there. But that's just another way of going with the Red Boy stuff. Similar but different dogs in the pedigrees.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I pulled up Marlowe's feather. Yellow John's mama.
Uh-huh.
You know, and she was a double Red Boy dog herself.
Yeah, she was. Yeah. That's what made Yellow John triple.
Yep.
He's off of Red Boy, and then Feather is off of Red Boy, and then Feather's mama is off of Red Boy.
Yep.
And what's Feather's what's the first Red Boy breeding what produced Feather? Red Boy to what?
Red Boy to Cat, Bass's Cat, and Cat was off of Red Boy and Cleo.
Cleo, there you go.
Yep, Cleo was that low posse stuff.
Right, there you go.
Yep, that low posse's Cash bred to Bobby.
Yeah. That's the original breeding.
Yep.
And then you take something out that, breed it to Red Boy, take something out that, breed it to Red Boy, you get Yellow John.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Marlowe's feather bred to Yellow Red Boy produced Yellow John.
Yeah. So I think Brandy Girl is bred similar to Feather. I don't know if you want to pull her pedigree up.
The Brandy Girl, let me see if I can run across her somewhere. You know, we got to go down there over there towards the Jeep Red Boy cross to find that one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But see, Bingo, Hunter Red.
Yep, that line. Beetlejuice. I'm just going to pull him up. Beetlejuice. When you see Beetlejuice, he got them all in there.
They all Brandy Girl bred dogs. So people, they could take and do the Brandy Girl side, or they could take and go to the Yellow side. And they similar, but different dogs.
Hold on, I'm putting them up now. Just a second here. I know I can find it real quick.
Yeah, you can go to Tabby Girl or Tab.
Brandy Girl. Okay, I got Brandy Girl here. I put up Pretty Mama's pedigree. Brandy Girl was off of Bass Red Boy bred to Cleo too.
There you go. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yep, bred back to Red Boy.
Right. The one Yellow John has and the one Brandy Girl has, they're sisters.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Well, one's bred, they're both out of Red Boy and Cleo, but they're different females.
Yep.
Well, they're sisters. And they both kind of did the same thing, triple bred. If you look at like Bingo or like I said, Hunter Red.
Yeah, all them. Yep, Assassin, it takes them off that direction because Marlowe's Orphan Bass was off of Cleo too. You know, a lot of these dogs had that Cleo in them.
Mm-hmm.
That
was the.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like the original cross. It was really Old Man Bass that made that cross. So he took the Red Boy to Cleo because, you know, Lapase from the same area. And then Cleo is what? Is she
Cleo is that's that I got it right here. The low posse bouncer, shorty, Kobe dog.
Yeah. So it's Kobe. It's either Kobe Lightner because they had, you know, Bass had a lot.
Yeah, it had Red Double in there too.
Yeah, had a lot of Kobe Lightner, right? And then later on he put Buster in there.
Yep. He got Buster in there. Yeah, Buster Lightner. That's what he called him.
Yeah.
But it still had the Kobe's Dime. The Kobe's Texas was heavy in the crosses. I see Pete Sparks had a couple of them in there, but they was crossing it with that Heinzel stuff. Low Posse crossing it back in with that Kobe that Kobe Dime and Maggie.
Yeah.
Then we had the Red Double.
Yes, that's my favorite Kobe stuff from that time is Dime and Tex and Rifle. You'll see Rifle in there too.
And see that double, that Red Boy, that Old Family Red, you know, that Red Double was definitely an Old Family Red-nosed dog.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's in Red Boy's pedigree. In this makeup he is, because that's what Cleo had. Her top half was double bred Red Double.
Right.
Crossed with some Kobe's Dime in them on the top.
Maybe that's why they did it in the first place, because they both have OFRN in them. Who knows? Either way, it worked.
Yes, it did.
Right?
Yes, sir. It definitely worked. And then you with all that Kobe back there, you see the Kobe's Dime and stuff, and then you go in the Jeep, and then you tell me the Jeep was a 50-50 cross. I mean, Tal was a 50-50 cross. And, you know, when I first said that on Facebook, I started a big argument.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I was talking about it earlier. Somebody asked, why did Dunleavy, you know, the guy got Big Red from, why did he breed, why did he make Jeep Red Boy breeding, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, just going on the paper, because forget all the controversy, all that stuff, right? It's basically a Kobe Daibo cross. So you have the Kobe Red Boy, you have Finley's Bow, Kobe, and then Carver's Amber, heavy Red Boy through Cracker and Black Widow and all that. So it's the same breeding, same crosses, same shit that's been done over and over and over again. And the dog's name changed, the breeder's name changed, but you're making the same breeding, type of breedings. It should work if you're using the right dog. It's going to work. The dogs have to be good in the first place, but you're just repeating what was done. So it's not like, you know, that's not really a cross if you look at it that way, Jeep Red Boy. It's more like 3/4 quarter, like that kind of.
Dang.
And most dogs, whatever it is, anyways, got some old family red nose in them anyways. It don't matter if it's Oleo, Klaus, you know, Bully, so some of the Bully Son crosses, Daibo. It's in there somewhere. And it's usually going back to Centipede. If not, it's going back to Leitner, or it's going back to Wallace or Geronimo Hempfield something, right?
Mm-hmm.
In
Yep.
fact, that's what Heinzel's dogs are made up of. Mainly five different lines of dogs. It's Tudor, Kobe, Leitner, Hempfield, and Corcoran or something like that. So even Heinzel recognized the value of it, at least from Centipede, and then he made his own family of dogs out of it. Carver did the same thing. He started out with Kobe Leitner dogs, and then we started getting the Ed Crenshaw stuff. That's what it is, Kobe Leitner dogs too. And then you put the Bully Son in there, and the Boomerang and all that stuff is Dibo Kobe, Stompanato, Dibo Kobe. The same shit over and over again.
You're right. You're right. And that's the funny thing about it is when you go looking at these pedigrees, like I went through pretty mama to find the shit, but it's really relating back to the same thing I was talking about earlier. When you're not even using the same dogs, but you're using the line of those dogs.
Exactly.
And you see these good dogs, and the results, when you go looking into their pedigree, they bred just alike, but through different dogs. But overall picture is those dogs are bred just alike.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes they're litter mates. If you look at my peds, you're going to see Big Red here, Big Red, Big Red, Big Red. If you didn't know Miss Roddy was his sister, you just go, okay, that's a female, Miss Roddy. Okay, that's his sister.
Right.
So it's not only him in my peds, it's his sister, littermate sister that's in my peds too.
Right.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
And you just keep piling, because it's going to give you, not saying that, I'll just put it like this. I always felt like when you're dealing with the top, and this is what I've noticed, Jeep is one of those top headliner dogs. That I say, when you are breeding these type of dogs, these dogs are giving you higher qualities and better percentages.
Yes, that's why I ran with it. Because when I started getting those dogs, I had Boyle dogs. They were good dogs. They were on that level at the time, right? But when I started getting the Jeep dog, Jeep Red Boy, Jeep Rascal, and all that, I noticed from all the other dogs I had Bully Son dogs, Heinzel dogs, had old Ed Crenshaw stuff, right? I noticed the difference immediately. And we were rolling them dogs at 12, 13, 14 months old. They were fighting like match dogs at that early age, and they just continue to get better. And the other thing is, especially with the Jeep Red Boy cross, is you get more of them. It's not just one or two. You can have half the litter. You can have 3/4 of the litter, right? Where they work out. You can match these dogs. You can work with these dogs. So it's not only the quality is better, but the percentages are better too. And like you say, you're not, you guys ain't breeder this and that. To me, you are, right? Okay. But let's say you didn't know how the dogs were bred, or you weren't familiar with the pedigrees and all that. If you just taken the best ones, and you're competing with them, and then you're breeding those dogs, and you're putting them together, you're keeping track of your peds, just by the fact that you're doing that, using the best ones, the ones you compete with, the ones that have high standards and higher percentage litters, and then you familiarize yourself with your pedigrees in the background, you're going to find that you just did what they had done before. Mm-hmm. You repeated, without even knowing it, you repeated what was done before, without knowing the dogs in the past, or even how the pedigrees were put together.
That's right.
Because just by the fact that this works, doing it this way, and you're going to follow that same pattern, those same methods, just by doing that, you're going to find yourself repeating what was done before. Why? Because it worked. And the results showed you what worked. So yeah, I'm going to put these two dogs together. Yeah, I'm going to breed this way. Yeah, I'm going to do this. And it's repetition. Even if you don't know shit about breeding. Where people get it twisted is they just put whatever. They put whatever. Oh, that's an okay dog. He's a brood dog, and he's this. Make all this shit. Oh, he's got this problem, and he can't bite, and this and that. But look at the pay. All that. That's where they screw it up.
Right.
You don't keep those high standards, you're going to lose it. And why do I say that? Because we had grandchildren of Red Boy. We had sons and daughters of Jeep, and we called them the ones that weren't no good. So it doesn't impress me when somebody goes, I got Jeep 34 times, 50 times in my pedigree. So what? What did the dogs do? That's what matters. Because if we're taking dogs right off of Jeep, keeping the ones that were good, but we calling the ones that ain't, then what does it matter how many times any freaking dog is in the pedigree? It don't. They have to be good dogs. They have to be quality. You get stuck in that rut, man.
You're right. I was just pointing out. I got, Pretty Mama's pedigree up here. You know what I mean? And everybody used to always think, when they see Whistler Jr. on there, they think it's just all Red Boys. So when I told them, no, I had another argument on there. I had Pretty Mama's pedigree up. I said, would you call this dog, what would you call this dog? Would you call this dog a Red Boy dog? Or how about a Red Boy Zebo cross dog? You know what I'm saying? And they're not knowing, all they see is the Whistler, triple bred Whistler. You know what I mean? And that's all they saw.
Right.
So you should have seen them when they was like, where is the Zebo at? It's more Red Boy where the Zebo would not matter.
Right.
That's what the argument was. But you would have thought that they would have clicked on it. If they would have clicked, the dog is triple bred Whistler. So that means Whistler's been bred to his daughter 3 times in a row. So at some point, we know the dog is all Whistler. After 3 breedings, a breeding to his daughter, let's talk about the first breeding. What was the bitch that he bred to that wasn't his daughter?
Right.
Okay, the bitch that he bred to that wasn't his daughter was Miss Kitty. And she was alligator, a whole lot of Zebo, Grand Champion Art, Grand Champion Candy, Tom's Spider, Grand Champion Stubby Fields Buddy, Zebo, Renee Zebo, Champion Kate Zebo, you know what I'm saying? Hammond's Rufus, and Alligator. Now that's the bitch that they bred Whistler to.
Right, to start it.
And then everything after that they kept breeding back to Whistler. That's how Pretty Mama was bred.
Right. So if you take that original cross, right, all those dogs you mentioned, if you keep the traits from all that Zebo and Rufus and all that stuff in your dogs, even though you're going heavy to the Whistler side, you just keeping the traits.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna lose them.
No, we
always kept
Zebo.
Zebo.
Like the influence of Ace is still in your blood.
Right.
Okay. So you can do that. That's why you don't need necessarily to go back and breed to Zebo.
No.
You have the Zebo traits in your dogs already. As long as you don't lose them, they're going to stay there. Even though generations later, even though the dog's name changed, I did the same thing. Now you can go back to it if you want, right? And then what do? You go back to the Whistler. You're repeating the original breeding. You can take something with that Rufus Zebo this night if you can find it, breed it to the Whistler stuff you have now. You're just repeating the original cross you made. And then you can go back to Whistler like that. You can do that. You don't have to. If you keep the traits, you don't have to. So like mine has very little Grand Champion Miss Rage. And what she added to my dogs was mouth. So as long as I keep the mouth from Miss Rage in my blood, she's in there. I didn't lose it. And if I couldn't go back to Miss Rage because all that stuff was gone, but what I did, I just stuck some more Bully Sun in there. Stuck some more Thumper blood,
Oh, we made it a point to keep Zebo around, though. Trust me, because it's in Red Ace.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Red
red.
Vivo and Red Ace and Pretty Mama, so we kept it on the yard.
Yeah, times and spotted. Then we actually bred them together. We bred the Roger Ramjet and then was crossed into the Mayday stuff. Yeah. We took the Beetlejuice stuff and we bred it into the Mayday stuff.
Right.
So, and
the only time that old stuff don't matter because they say, oh, it's too far back. The only time it don't matter is if you lost the traits.
Right.
If you lost the traits, then shit, how are you gonna get them back? It's gone. But if you don't lose them, it's there forever and ever, even though those dogs been dead and gone for 30 years.
That's right.
That's why you kept breeding the best to the best.
That's it. That's it. You have to do that. It you know, is, and like I've said before, that's what the old timer did. Even though they say, oh, gameness matter, gameness main thing. They talk about it all the time. There's all kinds of articles on it. But you don't think they like hard mouth dogs too? They even might have said, oh, hard dog mouths quit because they don't want you to know. They're keeping that from you. The history shows they had some fucking killers 100 years ago too.
Yeah.
So gameness is important. That's what everybody cares about. That's what sparks everybody's attention. Well, I don't care what old timer is. If they're successful, they're gonna tell you you can't win on gameness alone. You need more than that. It's like a secret they don't want you to know because you're a competitor or you're coming up. They don't want to give you all their secrets away. So if you keep it in there, you're always going to have it. And they won't tell you that either. Some of this shit you got to figure out for yourself because you're going to keep stuff from you. Me, I'm different. I'll tell everybody anything. I don't care because even in the day when I was competing, I'll tell you the truth. It didn't matter because it's still me against you, still my dog against you. Who's better?
Think about them dogs. I was just telling the guys earlier about how many people really didn't know about them Hetrick dogs, right?
Uh-huh.
But here we sitting here talking, and we know that my man Cheryl Powell, he had the Hetrick dogs in Carolina, but then we still had the Hetrick dogs and the Ace dog, Grand Champion Ace.
Yeah, Tommy Spider.
Tommy Spider.
She's in Pretty Mama and Ace.
And when you're looking at the papers, you can say we still kept the things that we started out with, but then always kept something that kept bringing it forward.
Right. Pretty Mama and Brat were lion bred dogs together.
Right. And it's multiple traits that you can keep in there.
Exactly.
And with Hetrick, I didn't know who he was. I heard about him. I followed him a little bit. I know Frank Rocca and all that. I have never heard anybody say something negative about them dogs. The only thing they'll say is, man, they were some great dogs, but there's none of it around, or not very much of it around.
Right, because there's nobody like to fight it.
People ain't even heard of it. They don't even, Blair Hetrick was his name. And that's what Roca's, if you look up Roca's Cherry Bomb, she's a 2-time winner. That's what she was bred. She was off of his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't say enough nice things about them dogs and him and the breeding. And basically, it's Leitner, Colby, like that. So
yes, sir.
Blood that he kept going. Other people recognized that it was good, and they put it in their blood. And it just, the blood itself, those dogs, him and all that, they pass away and all that. But the trait were retained within the dog moving into the future.
Okay. Hey, and don't forget the bottom of Tornado is Hetrick.
Yeah. See, like that. If you search, you'll see it. And most people are just going to overlook it. Okay, Hetrick, I've seen that name. They don't even know what it is or who he was or what dogs he had. But guys that knew, yeah, they had it in their blood.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, like I said, I seen Cheryl Paul, and I'm down there, and I'm new in the sport, and I can tell y'all, whatever it was about those dogs, they were scared of those dogs in North Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was about them Hetrick dogs, but I can tell you about those Cheryl Paul shit. They were scared to put their shit on him.
Right. So if you take that what you just said, and you understand that's an old blood. Right?
Yeah.
And these people scared of it, and you saw it, and it was good dogs. that tells you what them old timers had back in the day.
Yeah.
They had dogs like that. And people think, we got good dogs. Yeah, you do. But look where they came from. Look what them guys were doing with it. Them Husky dogs, they weren't just game. They were badass son of bitches. By everybody they told me. I never saw any of them, but what they tell me.
Yeah.
So that gives you a glimpse into dogs that you never saw, you never knew, and people you didn't know had them. The quality and caliber of dogs they had during that time in the 50s, 40s, 60s, like that.
We had these dogs in the goddamn 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that breeding Winston to Bonnie, that was in the 80s. And that's Tornado's whole bottom half. That's Tornado's bottom half.
Right. Well, Cherry Bomb is from the late 70s, early 80s.
Yep.
So it's right around that same time period, And he bred her, and she produced good dogs. So not only were they badass dogs, they could throw dogs too.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm saying is, think about it. Seeing what you saw, what kind of competition did they have? That's the kind of dogs they had.
We're in the Carolinas, man.
You're right. We was down there with Atlas Brewer and James Edwards and Harry Hargrove. Let me see the other ones we met. Mr. Triplet. Yep. Kimsey Woods.
Mr. Abernathy.
Yep. We knew Abernathy.
Yeah. When you come in the game, generally you're younger. Some of these guys are 50, 60, 70.
Yeah, they was old. They was getting old. Yes, sir.
Right. And you see their dogs at the time you come in, and you go, man, these are some badass dogs. Well, when they were younger, what kind of dogs you think they had?
That's
the same or better or whatever, but it's those caliber of dogs.
I'm glad you said that, Schoolboy, because I actually, I don't talk like you and Mo, but I was actually trying to tell them that earlier in the show based on the breeding and understanding the breeding part of it and knowing people. Remember, these breedings would have never happened if we didn't know people, the right people.
Yep. And we talked a lot on the phone, back in the day. You had that big old $500, $600 thing. But a lot of guys, myself included, you have to travel all these different places. You have to make acquaintances, maybe friendship. It's a lot of money involved, a lot of traveling. Go here, go there, see this, get invited. Mm-hmm. See this dog, that dog, like that. And it gives you the broad perspective of who's doing it, what are they using, how are they breeding them. And then you pick and choose what you want. And then you use it in your program. And as long as you keep the traits, you got it locked in. Mm-hmm. Right, but I don't know, how much everybody else has traveled, but I used to go all over the place, man. Not just in the U.S., but I've been to Mexico and Central America and Europe and all that. And everywhere I went, I had to see the dogs so I could judge their quality. And just like any place else, they have some real good dogs. Some ain't so good, but at least you get to see it. And you have to go to them conventions. I went to Louisiana. I've been to Texas. I've been to Arkansas. I've been all different places, North Carolina, and make a comparison of what you have in your area and what they have in their area. And when you see a good dog, it don't matter where it's from or how it's bred or whatever. But it gives you an idea of what that blood can do and who they go against and like that. Some of them, I include them guys in my book. Generally, most of the people in my book, all them old timers and competitors and all that, I either competed against them or I saw their dogs at shows, and it's from a eyewitness account. It ain't just information that anybody could pick up. I've seen Ronnie Anderson match dogs. I've seen Danny Burton match dogs, and all these old like LA Dream Team and Smith and Walton and all these guys, in North Carolina. I won't name them because it's not, they just don't want to be mentioned. But I've seen some of them guys. People knew, and they do. There was a lot of competition in the Carolinas. There was a lot of. I've been to Michigan. I've been to Ohio. A lot of competition in those areas, and you get to see. You get to compare the dogs and the dogmen and the conditioning and all that, and then you have a real educated opinion. Or if you compete against them, you have a first-hand account, and then you can make a judgment.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Michigan was tough, man. Ohio was tough. I'm telling you. Them old northern dogs, all that old blood and all that. Well, where was Hector from? From Ohio?
Yep.
I'm telling you. So you seen the dog. You had some of it. I know people that had it, like Rocco and other people. And they're telling me there's some badass dogs. Well, that's where they're from.
There was people biters. There was people biters.
People biters.
Yeah, that too. And that could be, maybe the whole family red nose that's in there, whatever it is. but it's not just bully son dogs that bite people. It's not
right.
Just,
That's for real.
Even the Hammond stuff, they known for being man biters too. Jocko stuff is known for that, So, but like I said, you have to get out there. How do they keep their dog? You go to these yards and you visit. And if you're lucky, they'll let you watch them while they condition a dog. And you get an idea, okay, that's how he does it. It may be one day you're out there or they invite you over or something, you're visiting or whatever. You see what they do. You pick up tips and like that.
Hey, Schoolboy, did you know we bred Amber to rock a Stonewall and didn't have no pups?
No shit.
Yeah, we bred to rock a Stonewall.
That would have been a good breeding, man.
Yeah, Rocker to Amber.
Yeah, that would work, I think.
Yeah, I was looking for it. It didn't come through though.
Yeah,
it didn't have no puppies.
I missed a couple of breedings on Big Red too. I did. I don't know what happened, but it did.
It'd be the ones you want the most.
Yeah, the ones you want the most.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it be.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I'm glad you stopped in too, big bro.
Catch them late or catch them early or whatever it is. It don't take. Sometimes the female's fault. Sometimes maybe your dog's too heavy. And a lot of times, if you breed them out in the sun when it's hot, a lot of people, they just do it on the chain right there. You might miss a breeding because once that sperm heats up, it kills it.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna.
And that's probably what it was.
Overheated, starts panting a lot and gets worked up like that. It'll kill the sperm. So it's not the dog sterile. It's just that shot you're giving the female is dead sperm. It's not going to take. So I always took mine inside. I did artificial insemination. Take them inside where it's cool, let them relax a little bit, and I had the dogs separated. They were in separate rooms. So I'd have the female in one room, I had the male in another room. I'd get the sperm from the male, go into the other room, insert it in the female. Because I didn't want them to get worked up. But I quit doing that shit out in the yard, because especially if it's late spring or summer or late summer, you just killing the sperm. And that's why a lot of times they don't take. The dog is not sterile. It's just
that's what we was doing.
Dead, man.
Yeah, we was burning up sperm. That's why we didn't take with Bozak, because we're outside and each one of these ones that don't take, man, the bitches was acting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And it really makes the male work hard because he's panting like a motherfucker because he's trying to get on and the bitch is kicking and fighting
She's worked up. He's worked up.
Yeah.
Everybody worked up. The weather is kind of warm a little bit.
It be hot.
It's not that warm. Just them being excited like that can be a problem. That's why their nutsack is outside their body, because it keeps the sperm a little bit cooler. The temperature of sperm needs to be a little bit cooler than the 101 degree that the dog is, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's nature's way of doing that. But yeah, anything like that. And people, you got to take all that into consideration, Just like bitches, some bitches will kill their pups. Well, it might not be that they're just a bad mother. It could be you have them out there with all the other dogs. They get worked up, and they bite in the fence or the chain or whatever it is. You have them in a kennel, and they're running the kennel and doing this and that. They get worked up. They want to bite something. Well, they're going to bite their pups and kill them.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I learned that. I just kept mine inside or separate away from the dog where nothing bothered. And most of them all of mine were good mothers. I didn't have no dogs, no bitches like that. But even good mothers, if you don't have them in the right area, you know, have them secluded, they can get worked up and they'll kill their pups. They get excited. You know, they're gonna bite something. Well, what do you think they're gonna bite? These pups. And especially if the pups are a little older and the bitches running around jumping and hitting the fence and all that stuff, the kennel, and the pups start jumping on her and fucking with her and this and that, she's gonna take it out on them, man. She's gonna turn on them and start whack, whack, whack. So just some little advice of, you know, have to do with breeding.
Yeah, that is some good advice. That's for damn sure.
Schoolboy, I was promoting your book earlier because I was trying to get people to understand. If you know, you gotta have
Thank you.
You gotta have the information and understand why people was doing what they was doing. They just wasn't just throwing dogs together, man. You know they wasn't.
No.
So you got to be
Yeah,
able to.
I don't know where people got that, you know, because a lot of, you see these articles and they say a lot of stuff in it. You got to take into account who's writing it, what they did with it.
Right. That's what.
Most dogs come from competition dogs. That's where you get your best dogs from. That's why these bloodlines are named after dogs. Grand Champion Art, Grand Champion Zebo, Boleo, Boomerang, you know, whatever it is. They're competition dogs. That's how you know what they can throw, because you saw them compete. So you see the traits they have when they're competing, you breed them, and when you see the same traits in their offspring, okay, this might work. Then you find out which ones work and which ones don't. But it doesn't come from just paper, you know, pedigrees and no, man. You gotta breed the best ones. Why would you, if you have a dog, a good competitor, he comes from a good litter, like Art's litter, right? And they bred Champion Herd, and then he went stale, this and that. And they had other one, Double Odd, and they bred them. But why would you not breed to Art? He's a grand champion. That's the one I would breed to. And along with that, his daddy, Eli Jr., was a 2-time winner. That's who I'm going to breed to. I'm not going to breed to Eli Jr.'s brother. He didn't have one, but if he did, they didn't do nothing. No, man. I'm not going to breed to the lesser dog in Art's litter.
Right.
And some people did, right? But me, if I had my brothers, I'd breed into the best ones. And I did that with my own dog. I'm going to breed to Champion Bill. I'm going to breed to Champion K. I'm going to breed to Mr. Rowdy, you know, 2-time winner. I'm going to breed to all these dogs that I won with. I'll breed to Big Red. I'm going to breed to his sister. I won with his sister. I'm going to breed to Champion Ninja. Right? Not their brother, not their little mate. And sometimes it happens, yeah, the little mate, you know, produces better. Okay, those are rare occasions. Because there's very few dogs that were not competed with that bloodlines are named after. There's some, Rufus, Stampanaro, but overall, no, the competition ones are the ones they focus on. How do you get winners if you don't breed the winners? You're going to get some, but not on that high percentage. That just going on stats and facts and history and following all these dogs and all these breeders and all that. And there's a ton of them people ain't never heard of. Oh yeah, this dog, he was a 4-time winner. He was a 7-time winner, 3-time winner, 8-time winner, whatever it was. Yeah, they bred to them dogs. You may not have heard about them, but that's what they were breeding to.
Yeah, that's true.
So a lot of this stuff I have in my book. I'm almost done with it. It'll just give my way of doing it, and I use other people as examples, like Boyles, like Heinzel, even in horse racing and game fowl, Walter Z and Frank Shy and Woody Stevens, all this. Why were they successful? Well, how could they produce dogs of that caliber? Most of them, even Carver, like that, most of them competed at some point. There's some breeders that didn't, very few of them that didn't. Like Bob Salisbury, but he's not that famous, but, he produced good dogs. But at that high level, the guys that were competing, if they bred their dogs, that's where you're going to go, You're Even Boyles told me the best dog you're going to produce, Richard, are the ones that you breed yourself. Make your own family dog. That's what he did. That's what Crenshaw did. That's what Katie Marlowe did. That's what STP, whoever, most of them, they competed at some point, and usually at the high level somewhere. Steve Hendricks, the white dogs. Several people had the white dog, but if you want a white dog, you go to Steve. Because he was using them. He was competing with it. That's how I looked at it. So that's kind of what I followed too. It made sense, right?
Yeah.
You start stacking up them winners, producers, winners, and producers, winners, and producers. What are you going to have? A whole shitload of winners and producers. You have dogs you can win with, and those same dogs produce dogs that you can win with. For me, that's the best way to do it. Why would you not?
Yeah, that's true.
And even, go back in the day, Donovan, Corcoran, Armitage, you had Hanfield and all that, they all fought dogs, all matched dogs.
Hey, Mike, is there any questions? I mean, we ain't been checking the board. Is anybody asking any questions? Schoolboy, you been checking? I ain't been, I don't even get the message board. We just been sitting here talking like we on the phone with everybody else out there. Probably 19,000, right? 19,000 questions out there. Ain't nobody looking at the chat. We even forgot all about the poor chat.
Yeah. If there's anybody have a question, hit me up.
Right. Okay, because we missed that bus. We straight missed that bus. Big time.
Yeah. And even anybody who's in the chat, whether they've been there with dogs for a long time, or they just starting out, or they've been a few years, whatever it is, if they look at their pets, I guarantee you they're going to see some of the famous dogs that we talk about and you talk about in their pedigrees. So when you see that, study how the dog behind them, how they produced that champion or grand champion, whatever it was back in the day. Go behind it and see what they did, and the patterns are there. And whether, like I said, whether you realize it or not, or whether you do study and you know the patterns, you're going to do the same thing. Just the names are different, breeders are different. Your name is different.
Yeah, that's how it go though.
Schoolboy, I know you're working on your other book, but you still got your other books out there, and I'm always doing my best because I think then they don't have the journal and ain't nobody really writing books. You got great books. I know Fat Bill got great books with stories and all that, and then you have interviews. I think it's important that these people know these people, understand why we can talk about these people 30, 40 years later so they can understand. When we sit in this chair, we can take everything that's back there and bring it all the way up here and then still show you that if you pay attention, you're going to see the shit still fucking working.
Yeah. They those interviews, I like them because I don't get common among competitors or people that bred and competitors is we use the same language. We have the same type of stories and talking about this dog, that dog, and you'd be amazed how many of them old timers, no matter where they live, knew each other or competed against each other or had dogs bred similar or traded dogs back and forth. The community is large, but in that respect, it's small. It's tiny. Mr. Gray all over the South, all over Mexico, in Canada, out in Baja, going here and there. I've been to, Texas, and like I said, Louisiana, Arizona, or, all through the South, even up in the Great Lakes area. And you meet these people, know these people. Sometimes you trade dogs, and it's all connected at some point. All that, the Kinzenbaugh and Klaus and Borillo and stuff. That stuff was here, there, and over there. Somebody else, from Arizona going east, they had the Borillo Klaus dogs. Bred different, but similar. Different dogs, but similar breeds. and they take it and run with it here and there and everywhere. And even the people today, the dogs aren't from just one area. They're from all over the place because people are looking to get the best blood. You know, Barracuda would not be famous if he couldn't produce. Mayday would not be famous if he couldn't produce. Boleo, Boomerang, Bully, all of them. If they couldn't produce, they would not be that famous.
I believe that.
That's how a dog gets famous, you know, in the future. At the time, they're badass dogs, they win and all that. But if they weren't able to produce, all you're known for is their record. But what matters to people, especially, you know, if you getting dogs or you want to breed dogs, is which ones were the producers.
And that's the point. That's the whole point right there. The reproduction of it. You got to reproduce it. How are you going to reproduce it if you don't even know it?
Exactly. And I know you guys push that all the time, and we all get backlash. Yeah, that's old shit. Yeah, that's old guys, and you're not. It don't matter if it was 50 years ago. The patterns are the same. The quality of the animals are the same. The standard, the mindset is the same. That don't change. Just like conditioning, you're gonna have this type of condition. Now they can come with new methods. This, that. The concepts of conditioning don't change. It don't matter what time era in the history of the breed it is. Same concepts. Back then they're gonna use wood to make a treadmill. Now they use metal to make a treadmill. It's still a freaking treadmill.
Well, yes, sir.
You know, and maybe you do a flirt pole different, or you do this different, or you do some calisthenics on your dogs, or you do some power training. It don't matter. You're still building strength. You're still building power. How are you going to do it?
Well, I appreciate you.
It's the same with breeding. The breeding they ain't nothing new that somebody's going to come up with. The only thing new is they're going to make a breeding that hasn't been done before, you know, with these particular dogs, and they might keep it to themselves or whatever. That's fine. But the patterns, the breedings that you're putting together, whether they line bred, inbred, outcross, it's the same shit. They don't change.
Schoolboy, I appreciate you coming through saying that, because I actually said that in my opening of the show. I was explaining the same things that you running back co-signing. You might not have heard the beginning of the show, but just the fact that you say it, I think should put more emphasis on what I was trying to say earlier based on the conversation today. You know what I mean?
Right.
Don't matter what time and decade you in. The thing is, if you stick to what has been working for years and understand, remember you said the mind, the concept, you have to understand these things. Right. Even the little things.
Yeah. And see, that's a good point, Mike. I didn't hear it. I didn't come in until right before I called, you know, and I just got, you know, what you're saying, it kind of piqued my interest, right? So the point of that is, we're saying the same thing, even though I didn't know what you said. You didn't know I was coming on the show.
Sure didn't.
So when you hear that, shit, it's got to be true. Ain't nobody lying.
Right.
It's backed up by facts. It's backed up by stats. So we don't even have to know what we're saying beforehand or whatever. We're going to say the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Because it worked. Because it worked, and it's true, and it don't change. So that was a good segue. That was a good point, because, like I said, I didn't know I didn't hear you. But we agree on a lot of shit. Even Mo, we agree on a lot of stuff, whether I'm on the show or I'm not on the show. And that's with a lot of different dogmen. It's the same way. We have the same kind of concepts, the same kind of standards, the same ways of thinking. Mm-hmm. So when you look at it that way, if you go 100 years ago, well, they were thinking the same way. Why? Because it works.
See, you're the professor. See, you hold more weight when you say it.
Right.
So
exactly.
When you come in and you say it, my chest gets to sticking out. I said, now you heard the professor just say what I just said.
Oh, I'm strutting around like
I'm strutting.
I'm walking around like a strutting chicken.
The professor said
all the time. It's not like every once in a while. That happens all the time, Mike. That somebody says something and I reiterate it. And they'll go, oh, well, he just said that an hour ago. Well, shit, I didn't know. But that's the point. It's true. Mm-hmm. It's not a lie. It worked. So whether you saying it, I'm saying it, Bach saying it, or Rastaman, or Mr. Bean, or Mr. Gray, we all saying the same shit because we have that experience of learning, putting it into practice, having results, and then we can talk about it. And it don't matter where anybody lives. And me, the only difference with me and you guys and some other people is that I've traveled a lot more. And I've done different things with the dogs other than competition, so I have that experience, right? That's the only thing. But as far as the competition, breeding, it ain't no different. It ain't.
So it really ain't. If you know what you're looking for and what you're doing, it still comes with trial and error.
Yeah, and it's not like, it's not unattainable. Almost anybody can do it, but you got to put the time in. You can't just talk and say shit and repeat what somebody told you. You have to have lived it. And once you do that, all you're doing is giving your real experience of what you did and what you saw.
Yeah.
And that's why people, they respect me and they respect you and all these other dogs, they respect you. Because they're giving them stories of what really happened, what they did, what they saw, how they did it. So it always, in my mind, I'm like, man, people should take advantage of this. Take note, take information, write it down, watch the video over and over and over again. It may be one thing in the video that helps you, but it's worth it to sit there for 3 hours to get one important fact that may help your yard or help your dogs, whether it's nutrition, conditioning, breeding, upkeep, deworming, whatever it is. A lot of information.
Don't
you
talk
went through that whole spiel where you got the microscope out and you did this and that. Anybody could do that. I don't know if anybody ever ran with it or did it or whatever, but you put the information out there, and if they want to do the same thing, go get you a microscope. Learn how to read this shit. Learn how to deworm your dogs. That's the whole purpose of it. We're trying to help people and give them information, and maybe they'll up their game. They might have healthier dogs, and they might start working their dogs so that they're healthier and build up their immune system. And check them houses, check them chains so you don't have, or kennels so you don't have accidents. All this shit. There's tons and tons of information.
Go buy the book! Go buy the book! Schoolboy's got books for sale!
I got them, and I'm writing another one. And after that, guess what? I'm gonna write another one. And after that, I'm gonna keep writing until I can't write no more. And after I'm dead, all my family has to do is put all this information that I have that I'm keeping to the side and write more books. Because they already do the process. My daughter-in-law, they do the process. They know how to put the books together, type them out, do the font, all the pictures, all that shit. It's just a matter of putting the information together and making a book out of it. Or videos. I have a bunch of videos that I'm holding back till after I die of famous people talking, interviews, and some of them, they tell me, yeah, you can record me, Richard, but wait till after I'm dead to put it out there. Okay. So maybe it'll be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. And I'll just wait. That's what they asked me to do. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm telling you, I have at least 100 videos that I have not posted of talking to these people, different people, and just having a conversation with them. I mean, they're great. Almost anybody that's in my book and or somebody I know, I've had a conversation with them, and it'll be put out there in due time.
Well,
So it's just my way of giving, still keep giving after I'm gone. That's the way I look at it. I'm gonna keep giving it.
Well, that's why our motto around here: we will never let you be forgotten.
I appreciate it, man. Me either. That's why I was thinking, well, I'm gonna, I want to put some examples of Mayday stuff or Yellow or Yellow John. Well, hell, I just call the twins up, put theirs up there, and I'll include it in my book. So at least that part of you guys will be forever because it's going to be in my book. I think you deserve it. I respect you guys a lot. And if I'm going to put an example, why not you guys? That's how I look at it.
Coming from you, that's an honor.
Hell yeah.
Well, you deserve it. You guys deserve it.
Thank
It'll be in
you.
there, you know. And then, you know, if I do another book with, you know, like old timers and competitors and that, I'll put you guys in there too. But I have a bunch of them too, man. It just takes so long to write them, and they have to be edited, all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say, you know, some of the books are going to have to be written after I'm dead, even if it's 20 years from now, because it takes, you know, it takes a good amount of time just to write a book. It generally takes me over a year, sometimes 2 years. Hell, to write my first book took me 10 years, you know, just to put it all together and really get into it and do it. But that's not unusual. A lot of these famous writers that everybody hear of, it took them 10, 15 years to write one book sometime. That's just the process.
Well, you know, I gave you big shout outs when I read your book, and I seen my boys VBK in there, right? Because, you know, they was from the West Coast, and they came all the way from the West Coast to get a dog from us. And I thought that was big. And then to see them in your book, and you knew them, and Ram got a chance to see where did they go. It was kind of like, damn, how time takes care of those type of things. Because VBK wasn't no joke, but most people didn't know about VBK.
Right.
But they made it in Schoolboy's book.
It's a small community. You guys are way out there. That's 3,000 miles away. They're way out here, 3,000 miles away. They still had your blood. And when we did our last dog show, you know, Billy showed up. So I asked him about that. Hey, how about that you know, going hard dog? Man, that was a good dog, Richard. You know, and he gave me a little information, this and that. So yeah, if nobody believed it, at least I can verify it, and Ram can verify it, and DBK verify it. So it's true. They had your dog. They must have liked it or wanted some of it, or they liked the blood or something for them to get it.
Angel.
People can talk
Angel.
shit or say whatever, but
Angel.
good people know where the good dogs are.
It was Angel. You know Angel's Apache, that Angel.
Okay.
Yeah, he
gotcha.
knew the BBK Angel.
Mm.
And he was telling him about this, you know, that hard biting ace shit that we was fucking with. He was just, you know, that's all it was. You need to really check these dogs out. They ain't really Mayday dogs.
Right.
You know, that's what I was trying to tell them. You know, even though Mayday's there, these is not Mayday dogs. These dogs they fight like Red Ace. They don't fight like Mayday. They got Mayday in them, but they fight like Red Ace.
There you go.
You know, and that was it. You know, I always said.
So in that respect, that would be Mayday is the catalyst. He's not the focus.
Right.
So yeah, you can do that.
Because that was what they won on. They won on a style. That was a style that they ran with. The mouth and the style is where a lot of those dogs got their wins. You go through there, I pull a couple of them. They always gonna hear every one of them saying that devastating back end, that you know, record to the back end. But that's a characteristic that we seen from the beginning.
Right, and that's the style that dogs out here, a lot of them have, whether it's Black Angel, Chinaman, you know, Spike.
Yeah.
That's the style. The blood may be different, but that's the style that they like. They like them rough, hard-biting dogs.
Yes, sir.
In Mexico, that's basically what they go for. It's kind of like Mexico followed the pattern of their boxers. Now, in today's time, they have the boxers. They have more skill, right? And because of Nacho Berenstain came in, a different trainer, and taught them boxing skill. But back in the day, all they care about was sluggers.
Yep.
Bam, bam, bam. Finish them early. Take them out of there. Well, the Mexican dog man just followed suit. That's their culture. That's what they like. Same thing with the chickens. They use a short knife with the chickens. So the matches don't last that long. Sometimes it's one hit, one fly, and that's it. So that's what they like. So even though it's not the blood they had out there, they want the style of the dog that you guys had out there. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Hey, ain't nobody got no questions, Mike? We can finish this up. We gave everybody a chance before we settle down tonight. If you have any questions for Schoolboy while he blesses us with his presence tonight, please stand up and speak up, please. Mike is over here watching the chat.
You know when Schoolboy talking, ain't
You know ain't nobody gonna ask no questions. Schoolboy, when you come on our show, we don't get 90,000 questions. They just sit there and listen.
They tell me that too.
Actually,
they tell me, because I say when you're on there, just ask a question. No, I'd just rather hear you talk. You know.
Yeah, they actually stopped typing.
Yeah,
they stopped typing. I ain't no typing going on, so I'm pretty sure they just still sitting there listening.
Yeah, that's how it be over here.
But you know,
it's kind of like, it's kind of like, I may not know the particular people, but I know somebody who knows them like that. So I may not know the dogs in your pets, but I know what they go back to.
Right.
I'm familiar with them dogs, where they come. So I can tell you, from my experience, what these dogs did in the past, what their style is, temperament, all that stuff. And then you can match that up with the current dogs. Do they still retain those traits?
Right.
If they do, you're on the right track, at least for following those particular bloodlines or those particular dogs. You're doing something right.
That's true.
If it differs from that, then you changed them.
Yeah.
I've seen heavily inbred Jeep dogs that were ear dogs and defensive dogs. That ain't a Jeep dog. Sorry to tell you, somebody messed up.
Right, because they straight ahead, come in there and get your ass and be straight ahead. They ain't playing.
No. Same thing with China dog. You want a stifle dog, get a Chinaman dog.
Yeah.
You want a stifle dog, get a Jocker dog. You want smart, fast, head dog, all around dog, good balance, finish, get a Bolio dog. They don't have the hardest mouth and they don't have the thickest structure, but they have other good traits that you can add to your shit. I'm guessing that's why they have that in the Mayday stuff, or the whatever they call it, Red Boy Jocko.
Yeah, I call it the Bolio cross because it still got all of them got Patrick's Tater in it.
Yeah.
Or that you know what I'm saying? And Zeke came off a Tater, so you know it's all that goes back.
Yeah, it does. Even Mayday has some. If you go back far enough on Mayday, he has some of the original Bolio, Eli, Corbino.
Yes, he does.
In it.
Yep.
It's in there.
Yep.
I tripped out when I see it because I once I studied, oh shit, I seen them dogs back there in Mayday's pedigree.
Yep, Rowdy, Grand Champion Rowdy. Yep.
And it was Indian Sunny breeders basically.
Mm-hmm.
Mo always telling people, y'all better y'all better look out for that Tater. He throw Tater around like it ain't, hey man, like he throws Zebo around. He throw Tater around because that was always his. He always felt that was that sauce. Man, y'all missing that stuff. If it ain't got that sauce in it, you're missing something.
Because you can tell where it works at. Look at Super Kennels, Stone City. Even us, I gotta even throw us in the equation because even though we followed the directions that they were using, it does really prove a point. I say Bolio, you know what I'm saying, Jeep, Bully Son, you know what I mean, Red Boy. I didn't have to add Yellow and Yellow John. Them dogs right there cover all that shit.
Right.
And them dogs right there are the top leading dogs on the all-M list. Been there for years.
Yeah, I forgot Red Boy. He was a 2-time winner.
That's right.
So he's a competition dog too.
Exactly. So, when we say Red Boy, we don't have to say Yellow John. We don't have to say Yellow. We don't have to say Mayday. We don't have to say Tab. All we got to do is say Red Boy.
Yep.
Because we're not talking about any particular dog. We're talking about the blood and its traits and the familiar shit that these certain champions and great dogs that we're noticing now is still consisting of those top ROM dogs.
Yeah.
I say
if you want to be successful.
Right. Fundamentally speaking.
It's going to have those dogs in it.
Yes. Fictionally speaking. I'm only talking about fictionally speaking of what I see out there with the dogs of the now. You know what I mean? I don't know whether these are real or not. You know what I'm saying? And I can't testify to none of it. But what I can tell you is this: the dogs that I'm showing and showing up with are not old dogs.
Right.
And these old dogs, these dogs that I'm looking at are bred like our old dogs. They got them same. I'm talking about the champion and the grand champion and 5-time. You know, them dogs right there. I put up the last 3 shows, right, big bro? And every one of these dogs had one thing in common. Some of them was even beating each other. You know, and they rhymed to the climb. They was bred alike. But every single one of them had Red Boy. Every one of them had Bolio. Every one of them had Eli. Every single one of these dogs had those 3 connections in them. Every one of them. And I could say Bully Son because of G.
Right.
But you notice the names that I'm running. Now, in that list of those 4 dogs that's on that list includes Honey Bunch, includes Awesome Baby, includes Yellow John, Macho Buck, Jeep, you know, Chinaman, Mayday, Lucane, Hunch, Frisco.
Yeah.
All these dogs that I'm talking about, I said, had all those dogs, but all these dogs that I named, their blood is the top 5 bloodlines in the history of the dog game.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. Even if you throw Boomerang in there, he's Kobe Leitner. He's got Kobe Leitner in him.
Exactly, and he's in that. He's in that group. And when you start talking about greatness, you have to holler Boomerang and Arch Missy.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, Arch Missy. There you go.
Because they're another line of dogs, right?
The ratings of Arch Missy to Campanado, it's a Kobe Diamond breeding.
Exactly.
So they all go back to that. But those dogs you named, if somebody followed the traits, kept the traits in there, they still have the influence of all those great dogs you named.
Yes, sir.
Including Zebo, Red Boy, all them, Bolio, Jeep, you know, Chinaman, all that. Frisco is Chinaman, bred to Bolio.
That's right. I mean, they all are consistent in the top ROM dogs, females and males on the RM list.
Yeah, and usually when people move forward, whatever they got, they're going to add one of the dogs that you named. They're going to add that to it.
If they want to see it work.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you want to cut the chase and want to up your percentage, understand what I'm saying and work it, because that's all we did and it worked for us. Because what do we have in our dog? We can say the same thing about our shit.
Yeah, me too. Same thing.
Same thing. We can all say the same thing.
I was a little bit before you guys.
Yeah.
The guys before me did the same thing. That's where I got it from. And then before them and before them and before them. You know? So like I said, the names change, dogs and people, but it's the same land being put together.
Right. If you work for them, we'll know about you, because guess what? The pattern will not change.
Won't change.
Up to this point, we have proven that.
Yeah. Right. And if you do change it, let's say you do change it and it works, that's an anomaly. That's not the norm.
Right.
Because generally, if you do change it, it's not going to work.
And when we find it amongst these great dogs here, or is it just a mist in the disguise of wanting to be these dogs? Because remember, I said all these dogs that we're naming, yes, we're naming this particular thing that's got all of them in common. But we remember, these are all still different dogs, and all these different dogs that's got the same combination in them are champions and grand champions.
Right.
And they're losing. If they're losing into each other.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Winning and losing.
Right. So it's like, you know, in my research of really trying to say where they're at now, because it's still all fictional anyway. But based on what I see, if I was writing a story based on what I see in this fictional lineup, I noticed there is a pattern. And that pattern of history is continued to be passed down. I'm saying the same old dogs. And it's not the dog in particular, it's the lines.
Right.
in the combination. They're mixing all those great dogs together. Even in the now, this is what you're going to see. Remember, we can do the same thing. If you take an handicap and Queen of Hearts and crossing it with some super kennels and some Mayday shit, well, you're still dealing with patchy dogs.
That's right. Yep, that's right. It's got Tombstone Red Baby in it.
All day. And that's what they stacking on. They stacking the Mayday on top of the handicap.
Right.
In the Queen of Hearts shit. And then they throwing the Bobby, they throwing the Bobby, Champion Bobby Jr. in there. And then they put Mayday on top of that. Why do you think that dog is hard to beat? Why do you think that motherfucker way out here in 2024 killing shit?
Yeah. And Queen of Hearts is a Bolio Boomerang Cross.
Exactly. It's not the brand, it's the cross.
Right.
Boyles is the brand.
Yeah.
Handicap and Queen of Heart is not the Boyles brand. They are the Boyles cross. Remember, because they ass Hank in there, right?
Right. Yeah.
Hank what makes the difference. Am I right, big bro? We talked about that.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
But when you take them and cash all that shit in, you cash it all in.
Yep. And Hank was basically a Divo dog.
Yes, sir.
So, in fact, we were talking today, Bach, and I didn't know this, but, Bach has the Paladin, Arch Missy, Stompanato, Bolio, this and that. He said he recently added some big red stuff to it. So it's going to fit right in with his stuff.
Yes.
And he just added what worked with other people, but he's doing it himself, right? So it's following the same pattern.
They picking up because we're experienced. We've had these type of dogs in our hands, and we're not reading this shit. We're holding this shit.
Right.
We're not talking this shit. We're holding this shit. Yeah. See, there's a difference when you got a chance to hold it in your arms and rock a baby with that shit and know what it feels like to hold such an animal. So our respect of paying attention is a lot more deeper.
That's the only way to do it.
Yes,
That's the
sir.
only way you can do it. You gotta have a hands-on.
That's right.
And all the dogmen we talked about, that's what they did.
You got to if you're trying to have something. Now you can go out there and do some, throw anything in the pan and call it potluck, and that's what you're gonna get is potluck. Good luck. Okay.
Yeah.
But for those who really want to know, I would be out there trying to find out what we know because there is a pattern, there is a formula, there is a trick to this shit, and it's not coincidental. It's fact. Right. Genetic wise, if you wonder why they all just so happen to be that type of shit, is because one thing you don't change the genetics. If the genetics is in that pattern works together. Doesn't matter what dog it is. As long as that dog is carrying the patterns that's created to make him a winner, that's why all these dogs is looking like they bred alike are all winning dogs.
Right.
Now, can they produce? Time will tell.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. I'm out here talking. You giving a lot of information. So I would tell somebody, try it and see.
Yeah.
Do what Twin tell you and see if it works. And I guarantee you, if you have the right dogs and you put them together, like you mentioned, whatever it is going to work for you.
Yep.
There's no reason it shouldn't, unless you don't have the right dog. If you just throwing pets together, or you just throwing whatever dog together, it's probably not going to work.
Right, because you're expecting for the papers to speak for itself, and it's not work like that.
Nah, don't work that way. But if you do have the right dogs, and you do make those breedings, just because over 150 years it's been done, and it always worked, and it always will work, it's going to work for you too. There's no reason it wouldn't. Other than maybe whatever dog you pick, maybe that dog can't produce. That happens.
Mm-hmm.
But you should have other dogs you can go to that will produce. But the patterns, the putting them together like that, it works. It always will. It's gonna work. If the dogs are here 100 years from now, it's gonna be the same shit over and over and over again.
Yep, that's not gonna change. But it will change if you stop using the right shit and you just playing with the papers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's how bloodlines or families. That's how they're lost. Just like I mentioned, Jeep dogs that are ear suckers, they lost it. Defensive Jeep dog, somebody screwed up. They don't represent what they're supposed to anymore. So somebody, whether it was you or the person before you or whatever, messed that line of dogs up. That particular one, not all Jeep dogs, but that particular one. So I would get away from it. I wouldn't use it. Don't matter if it's Jeep blood.
Right.
You're trying to fix something that's broken that you can't fix. So
that will do it.
Don't break it, and you don't lose them traits in the first place. If you don't lose the traits, you're always going to have them, and you don't have to be looking to fix something.
Right. Very important thing to remember there, people. Hope you're listening, because it's very important to listen. That's the fact, Jack.
And you know, not to brag, but I'll brag a little. My stuff's been going for almost 40 years. So if you can do that over a 40-year span, and if the person who has them, if he keeps doing it, well, it's not going to go away until he decides he dies or whatever, or you know, you dog or whatever it is. It's just, but that's the longevity that you can have. Decades.
Yep.
And if your guys' stuff is out there whenever you started and it's still around, then that's another example. And other people have done it too, Bakkery and whatever, you know. It just, they used the right dogs, they bred the right dogs, they had the results, and they didn't lose nothing. And along the way, you're going to improve on it too.
Yeah.
So they have to get better. And that happened too.
No, man, I got one of them pedigrees up off of Brad's daughter. No, really, yeah, off of Brad's daughter in that Grand Champion Ruby Red. She was bred to that Grand Champion Gunner dog who was Barracuda and twisted. You know what I'm saying? Got that Grand Champion, had Max in there and all that, man. Put that shit together, man. That shit's going to produce. Maybe they didn't get a winner out of there, but I tell you, I bet you that bitch is a goddamn valuable piece of material because she produced a 2-time winning bitch. But I always said, the going hard dogs, man, what I realize is the bitches that's throwing the winners. Not saying that, you know, it's the males they're breeding to, but if you go back and look at the males and be like, well, you know, he really didn't produce shit until he got bred to this bitch. And then you go look at her and her breedings, well, shit. It's a common factor that, you know, it's not no coincidence that these bitches is the one throwing the winners.
Yeah. That's why I always say the bitch is the key.
Bitches are the
and
key.
If you're focusing on that bitch, then again, see that male, she was bred, that's just a catalyst.
Yeah.
Just to get you to the next generation.
That's true.
And you're not focusing on him, you're focusing on her. So you capture her trait, but you need a male to produce pups off of her.
But you gotta have the right female, like you said.
Right. The male's important, but not like the female is.
That's one thing about Mo. Mo love his bitches now.
Yeah.
Love his bitches.
And they did it in the past too. They just didn't tell nobody that.
Right.
Them old timers didn't tell you the bitch is the key. The bitch is the one to focus on. They didn't tell you that because they don't want you to know.
That's right.
But if you do it long enough or you pay attention, you're going to see that. Oh yeah, this bitch is the key to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the breed, the bitches don't get bloodlines named after them. But if you look at, you know, which ones produce, you go way back and you have what's her name? Tudor's Goldie.
Yeah.
Top bitch, top producer. You move forward, you have Black Widow, you have Dirty Mary, you have Honey Bunch, you have Tom Zick Spider, you know, or whatever it is. Those are the keys, because you don't get a lot of pups out of bitches. You only get so many. For a male, you can get a ton of them, and I think that's one of the reasons they didn't tell nobody, because the numbers are lower. So that's kind of their secret. They wanted to keep to themselves. They don't want other people knowing it, repeating it. But you can figure it out. Just look at the breedings. All those bitches I named, almost every litter, was a productive litter. Maybe one time she didn't throw something or whatever. Okay, you throw that one out. But all the other ones, yeah. All of Dirty Mary's litters work. All of Black Widow's litters work. All of Honey Bunch, except for one maybe, worked. So that's the key. And if you match male to female on the ROM list, it's hard for a bitch to be at the top of the list because they don't throw that many pups. So if you have a bitch, maybe she was bred 5 times out of her life, and she has 15 or 20 ROM points on her, that's a hell of a producer, man.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. She give me one, I'm happy. I mean, for the next 2 or 3 years, I got something to play with.
That's it. That's something else I covered too in a video. Is if you have your yard and you're successful and you're just concentrating on your yard, you don't need a lot of breedings to keep moving forward. You don't have to breed your male 20 times or your females 5 times. As long as they produce, you may only get one breeding out of them, but it lets you go forward to the next generation. You may breed them 2 or 3 times. That's all you need. That's it, because they're good dogs. They're producing for you. Their children are producing. Then the grandchildren are producing. Some of my bitches, I only bred them 2 times. Big Red himself, I only bred him 5 times. Other people bred him to him. Bill, Chappie Bill, I bred him 3 times. Jackie K, I bred her 2 times. That's it. All those dogs I have, they all from the same dogs, all related, all have commonality, same patterns. But I didn't have no 100 dogs. I didn't need 100 dogs. I didn't want 100 dogs. But I kept it going. I was always busy and always competing. So, especially in today's times, you can't have 100 dogs. But the good thing about it, like I just said, you don't need 100 dogs. If you have a successful program, you just need a handful of
Right
dogs, cotton dogs that can produce.
Yep, that's it. That's it. If you can get that, you're in the house. You're one step away from being great.
Yeah. Even if you did it back in the day like I did, you're not out there every weekend matching a dog, but you can match 4 or 5 a year, sometimes 8 a year, 2 a year. Just depends on what you got, but you're still active. You can still be out there and compete against whoever.
Mm-hmm.
You still have 3 or 4 or 5 different weights. Put them out there. And the same dogs I was competing with, those are the ones I was breeding.
Yes, sir.
Following that same pattern. The dog I'm competing with, that's the ones I'm going to breed to.
Yeah, that's how you do it too, though.
That's it.
But you see, Mike.
Well, it's a good talk, man. It's good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too, big bro.
On here, I've kind of missed out, but I've been so busy, and I got other, people invite me here and there and this and that. But I always thinking about you guys, and man, it just something clicked in my head when you were talking. I just caught a little bit of it, maybe 5-10 minutes. I go, shit, I'm gonna call. That's a good topic.
That's good. That's letting me know I'm doing a good job with my classes, because
Always, brother.
he just slides in. Yeah, he's on some good shit. Let me go ahead and holler at him. Hey, big bro, don't forget as we push those books, you know, you got mine off to the side though. You don't make sure you keep enough for me though, right? Make sure.
You know that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All I gotta do is get it as long as I can get it.
I'll send you a numbered one too. I don't know what number because all my books, the first 100, I number them and sign them. I'll send you one that's numbered.
Okay, I'm trying to get my Champion Journal ones. You know, Mike is he's the schoolboy Fat Bill book collector. You know, he acts like he's trying to be the librarian.
Yeah, send me a text, Michael, which one you want, and I'll send it to you.
Okay. Well, I'm promoting you anyway because I think anybody that's in this game that don't have them books, there's something wrong with you.
Right.
I don't understand
they
why.
They need to get off the internet and watching this YouTube shit and get back to reading.
Pick up the books and read.
Right.
Well, the good thing about the book too is, you know, you have it in your hands. And I try to have quality books, you know, I want them to be nice. But you can always, it's a lot easier just to refer back to the book for information or whatever it is than it is maybe having to look up a video, even one of my videos, you know. I'll go to page 46 and there it is, boom, boom, boom. I want to know about Danny Bird, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
White dogs, spoiled dogs, Eli dog, Bullison, Carver, like that. And you just have it there you can refer it to. Or my keep, you know, you can just use it as a guideline, you know. What about this and that? And then, I'll go look. You know, it's right there in front of you and it's hands-on. Hell, I know people that I sold my book to, they have the book right there while they're working their dogs on the mill and they sit there and got the book, you know. And they can refer to it in real time while they're working their dog.
Hey, schoolboy, you remember how you was talking about how we all seem to talk about the same things, different people, right?
Right.
When we learned, you know, when we first started learning about these dogs, man, and it got real, you know, really willing to learn, right? I think Mo had books from Stratton, Crenshaw, California Jack. I mean, he had every book, Velvet and Steel, you name it, we had it. And believe us, we didn't just have it to have it. He was reading it. So was I. That's why, I mean, I don't get out and talk pedigrees like him, but I know I've read a lot of books like him.
Yeah.
So I always thought, you know, the books are so important to our progression, at least for us. You know, we progress based on the books.
Yeah. I did the same thing, and you don't just read them once; you read them over and
over. It's almost a reference.
Yeah,
you know,
even the Sporting Dog Journal.
Yes,
you know, I used to get it, and I go through it and you read it, and then after I'm done reading it, I start from the back to the front.
Yeah,
I read it backwards and go like that. And even today, I still go through them, and it gives me topics, and it reminds me of this and that, and I can bring it up or ask somebody. You know, and somebody I'm interviewing. Let's say I'm going to interview whoever it is. I can go through the old Sporting Dog journals and remind myself what dogs they had or what convention they were at or where they live or whatever. And I use it as a reference when I do my interviews. Sometimes I have them right there in front of me. Or I write notes down. You know, ask this question, ask that question, this and that. And I have a ton of notes. I mean, I got a whole cabinet of just notes. It's crazy because I learned I don't throw anything away. Anytime I write something about a dog or a dog man or whatever it has to do, don't matter what it is, what topic, doesn't matter. I save it. Even if it's on a freaking napkin, I save it. Or somebody sends me a letter, I'll save it. Because they'll put some kind of information in there or they'll tell me something. Even when I'm talking on the phone, you know, I'll sit down and write something, write what they told me so I'll remember it. So I have tons and tons of notebooks. I'm telling you, I got like 200 or 300 notebooks with just notes and information, reference, matches, articles, all kinds of stuff, man. So that's that's why I started writing books. Some of this shit needs to be put down and remembered and all that because I think it's important.
Yeah. Well, look. We're going into that 1 o'clock hour. I need everybody out there, 47 people left out there in the Shark Tank. I need y'all to help me out, especially, you know, how we got our special guest, the one and only, the professor, Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, in the house. I need y'all to show me some love. Need you to show me some love by giving me them damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now show some respect and some love by giving us some damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses.
Just put your finger on that button, man, and just show the love to Schoolboy. You know, me, I just hold it there until I stop talking. You know, that line just keep going. So when he go back and look at it, his page is gonna be going. That's how much we appreciate him, so he can come back. So y'all need to help me out so it don't be so hard to get him here, because y'all always show him the love. You know what I'm saying? He is the professor, man. So I like to shout out to the Shark Tank and the people here tonight that came in here and shared that with us, because now he's just popping up. And you know, when Schoolboy just popping up, you know we doing something right, because he's not depending on being here. He just likes to be coming here. And that's the great thing about it. Appreciate that, big bro. Always.
Thanks for having. Yeah, and salute to the chat. And man, I'll try to make it shorter time before I come back. But I catch you guys all the time, and I'll watch the replays and all that. So I'm always there in spirit, brothers. But I'm out of here. Thanks again. Keep doing the good work you do. Much respect. Take care.
Same to you, bro.
Same to you, big bro. We always watching you, man.
We always watch you, so we don't miss you. We just be glad that when you pop up, because I mean, you've been looking.
That's right. We know you've been looking.
All right, brother.
All right, take care, big bro. One. Hey, man, big shout out to Schoolboy for coming through, y'all. I mean, that was a real good one. Always a pleasure and a pleasure to see him come through. You know, I like it because, see, I don't have to do nothing. He just solidifies everything that we heard from Mike. You know, me, I wasn't even in the room when Mike started talking. I think I got caught up into the dog catcher thing, y'all, where, you know, we always hear these stories and shit, right? I'm really gonna give y'all some information down to y'all so y'all can see how these people really can be firsthand. You know what I'm saying? So as time, when this thing is over with, you know, I'm gonna have the information and the evidence and stuff to be able to present out here to you guys, so y'all can see the kind of stuff that you have to be aware of. You have to be careful of. I'm not on the camera, man. Wait a minute. I gotta get myself on the camera. I ain't on the camera, Mike. No, because it's still on somebody else. That's why your shit ain't moving. Can they hear us?
Yes,
Just our screen ain't moving. Nope, it just ain't moving, bros.
No, I'll take care of
So who did they see? It's still on Ruby Red. They didn't get a chance to see your girl, did they? No, our screen been on there for the longest. Okay, but we just gonna leave it right there. Can they still hear us? Oh, okay. Well, shit, y'all. Our screen been paused for quite some time, I see. It's been paused quite some time, I see, but y'all can still hear us. My goodness, this mic is just peeking up here. Eh? So, what we gonna do here? I guess we gonna call it from here tonight with the frozen screen, and we'll just catch y'all on Tuesday without having to restart the stuff and go through all that. I hope everybody's picking up on there, hearing what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And understanding that we all is in this together. We're all in this together, so let's ride together and make it a fun ride.
Well, as usual, y'all know what time it is. Show your love. I don't see no roses. I don't see nothing happening out there, so I know y'all.
Is it on freeze? Is the screen moving? And you know what I'm saying? Money. We're gonna have to go check. Yeah, we checking now. House checking. Mine ain't. I got a little go in here and check. You can't see me. I'm right up on you guys. Hold on.
Damn, Mo. It's 1 o'clock, man.
Yeah. Am I here? Can y'all hear me? I see some roses by Viking. Okay, that means somebody heard me. I see the thumbs up by Viking. I see my boy Scratch Line News. What's up, fam?
No sound on
I don't hear nothing.
that? Hey, can y'all hear us? Give me the thumbs up.
If somebody can hear me, if y'all can hear my voice out there, fellas, let me know y'all can hear me. Well, Scratch Line said, good show, man. Well, that's good. I hope it didn't die on us where y'all can't hear me no more. He got thumbs up. He can hear. He said he can hear us. Okay, thanks, baby boy. Yes, sir. Thank you. Y'all can hear it. That means I can close it out with you. You got to see me, but you can hear me. Good shout out, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Thank you.
Thanks for showing the love. Keep doing that. And look here, fellas. It's nothing but a learning process. Live by the disclaimer. Everybody stay safe. Y'all know how we do this. If you can't do nothing, you better make sure, damn sure you have this in your program. You better always.
And this is when you want to be real sure. You better always
Scratch the win. Yes, sir.
or every time. Love y'all, fellas.
Love y'all, man. We're going to see y'all Tuesday today and stay safe.
That's right. Peace.
Deuces.
My dog of the night, y'all, was Wiggles, man. I had my girl Lil Wiggle up there, man. She didn't show up in my thing. But yeah, I had Lil Wiggle as my dog of the night. Just letting y'all know. I'm gonna have to use her Tuesday night so y'all know who Lil Wiggle is. Love y'all, man. Hold it down. Be safe. Be real.
We out of here.